So, hello, YouTube. Uh, Better turn on. I might want that. And I'm trying to get refine my tracking some more, especially with the eyes or whatever. So you'll be noticing me blinking. Which, so I have glasses, as you can see, and I'm thinking the camera I'm using is probably not the its ability to pick up the other may be somewhat compromised. But so unless I'm only blinking one eye this whole time, and I've not been noticing it. Now I'm thinking about that. I'm being gaslit by my own tracking now. It's like, wait, I've been blinking weird my whole life and no one's told me? What? What? I mean, my left eye is a little bit slightly more sensitive to light. Maybe blinks a little bit more, but not like my right eye, like, completely. Yeah, let me lick my eyeballs. They're fixed now. There we go. My software and webcam is stop gaslighting me, camera. Stop it. Stop it. All right, game something. Yeah. His name was Toshiki Unagai. That's the name of the kidnapped kid, if I remember right. Yep, yep, yep. It is. Grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inugai. There's only one reason for him being here. He didn't include gym or art class. His grades were above average. That was the result of having private tutoring sessions twice a week. If you made the fact that he still couldn't do pull-ups, there wasn't much else that would make him hate school. Of course, he understood full well that his grandfather was a cabinet minister. He also knew that not too many people were that interested in their relationship. He didn't like to go out of his way to bring up his grandfather, or to call him the Minister of Construction. And finally, he at least tried to know a little more about what kind of work the Minister of Construction did than your average Joe. What that entailed was that when you tried your best to make life better for the masses, sometimes you made a few enemies. He knew that all too well from the time he'd spent as class representative. Grandfather had many enemies. He knew that he might personally catch some of that fallout, so he had to be twice as cautious. He was taught that by his parents. That's why, the moment he was kidnapped, he instantly knew that this was one of those occasions. He understood that he wasn't being treated as Toshiki Unagai, the person, rather as Toshiki Unagai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction. That he wasn't personally at fault, that but that this was the result of some unavoidable trouble with his grandfather's work. It made little difference. We realized it wasn't because of anything he did. He was able to relax, only a little. Of course, at first he was struck with the terror befitting his age, wondering what was going to happen to him. But after a while of being tied up, and only able to stay lying down, he began to ponder a great many things. First, he thought about the reason he was being abducted like this. He understood the answers to that easily. He was taken hostage to coerce his grandfather, the minister. There's no doubt about that. He didn't know exactly what the Minister of Construction did, but it was easy to imagine that there was so much to be gained from threatening him. He respected his grandfather more than most. He earnestly believed that his own grandfather was within the top 20 of the most important people in Japan. That was exactly why he wouldn't forgive anybody who tried to threaten his beloved grandfather. More importantly, he wouldn't forgive anybody who would use him as a tool to threaten his grandfather. His grandfather was really busy, rarely had time to meet with relatives. That's why, what little time he did manage to scrape together, he just dropped by unannounced. And as an apology for not being able to meet during New Year's or summer vacation, he doted on his grandson very, very much. The number of times that Toshiki was looked upon with disregard just because his grandfather was a politician and minister certainly weren't few. But he never thought even once that he wanted his grandfather to quit being a politician. Because it was his beloved grandfather wanted him to continue his career as long as possible from the bottom of his heart. However, Toshiki was now being held hostage, and his grandfather was being threatened. His grandfather, who called him the apple of his eye, was surely suffering. He might do anything to serve his grandson, save his grandson. Maybe even putting aside his ideology that was required to save his grandson. He might cave in to the culprit's demands if it meant saving his grandson. And Toshiki thought about that. An inexplicable anger welled up within him. Current situation, he was unable to forgive the cowards who would make his beloved grandfather suffer by using such dastardly. That feeling swelled up inside of him, displacing the fear. What he thought of first was something any boy would imagine. Get out of these bonds, beat up the bad guys, then hand them over to the police. Images of all the brave heroes from all the manga he had read passed through the back of his mind. In his imaginary Cyrano, he slipped his bond easily, floating like a butterfly to evade his captors, then stinging like a bee to bring them all down. In the end, it was nothing more than his silly little fantasy, but within his vision, obstructed and unable to see any, was something that he could get into more than any anime at the moment. Ah! And actually, he was enjoying these little scenarios in his head for the long period of time he was tied up. His captors hadn't really done anything to him that they would feel sorry for. However, eventually began to grow tired of his fantasies. More realistic scenarios began to run through his head. It was then that he realized that none of them were a solution. Yes, he wanted to do something for his grandfather, being threatened. That he was being held here to inflict pain on his grandfather was the thing that he could least forgive, and also the most vexing. And then he noticed there was a much simpler way he could save his grandfather without having to beat up his despicable captors. That was to remove himself as a hostage from the hands of these villains. If he was to disappear from here, his captors would have nothing to threaten his grandfather with. Captors had restrained him. They didn't treat him roughly, and they made sure he was fed well enough, meaning at most, he was nothing more than the means for their threat. They weren't looking to bully or kill him out of spite. If he behaved, no ill would befall him. Realizing that gave him a strong sense of courage. Carrying his train of thought this far, he let it run its course to its natural conclusion. Right now, at this moment, Toshigi Inugai had decided to escape. His ears had been stuffed with a sponge-like material, acting as makeshift earplugs. However, they didn't actually do much to block out any sound, and he could overhear everything his captors were saying. Realizing that this was to his advantage, even when his captors spoke to him, they acted like he couldn't hear them due to the earplugs. His captors, thinking that he couldn't hear their conversation, talked about all sorts of things without any reservations. Thanks to that, he was able to obtain various pieces of information. First off, this wasn't Tokyo. It seemed that this was quite a distance away, and on top of that in the countryside, nestled deep in the mountains. Also seemed that his captors were inconvenienced living out here, so he could deduce that this place was far removed from any sort of town. Finally, whenever they went out to buy food or other supplies, they would always take a car. That fact caused him some dismay, because he knew that the method he learned at school of running around blindly while shouting for help wouldn't work here. He paused his little mental escape scenario there. His ultimate goal was to find somebody who would help him. If somebody who fit that description was close by, his chances of escaping successfully grew slim. A desolate, far-off land deep in the mountains. A place where you couldn't even go shopping without using a car. In this situation, escaping would be very difficult. Depressed, for a little while he returned to his original scenario. Imagine becoming a hero like in the manga he read. Beating down his captors became his respite. However, as he played those delusions out in his head, his heart, hating to surrender, continued to search for a way to escape. And then thought of a way. The goal was far away, and all he had to do was get closer. His goal, in a nutshell, was to find somebody who would help him. Somebody other than his captors. If he faked being sick, his captors would have to take him to the hospital or bring a doctor to him. Would probably be reluctant. But he already knew the hostage was more important than anything. In the off chance that something happened, like him dying occurred, he wouldn't be able to threaten anybody anymore. Luckily, he had an experience that would help him fake a serious illness. At the end of last year, he was inadvertently involved in a car accident and had to undergo surgery. The scar from that surgery was still clearly visible on his lower torso. Recalled the pain and suffering from that time. The existence of that experience make a huge impact on the realism of his performance. He was quite confident in his ability to fake an illness. His captors at first took that as a sign he needed to use the washroom. Tying only his arms, they tried to bring him there, but still blindfolded. Can't get up. Hands now free, only clutched at his abdomen as he writhed in agony. Hey, what's wrong? Your stomach hurt? Still had his earplugs in, So he had to pretend he didn't hear his captors asking the question. About to nod, he hurriedly had to stop himself. What's the matter? Kid's clutching at his stomach. He has stomach ache or something. Captors looked down on his suffering form for a bit. One of them proposed a course of action. Another laid his doubts that Toshiki might be faking it. What's wrong, boy? Tummy hurt? Ears are plugged, so we can't hear you. That's your problem. We got any medicine that works on stomach pain? Might want to go to the pharmacy and buy some. Comes to stomach pain, there's a bunch of different meds, isn't there? As long as we don't know the cause, we shouldn't just buy any old medicine. Holding his stomach. Maybe he's just constipated. Buy some medicine for that, maybe that'll calm him down. Won't kill him if we're wrong either. Don't decide something like that on your own. Might be appendicitis or something. Uncle suddenly got it a while ago. He's scary. One of the captors leaned over beside the boy, who was bent over in agony. Sorry for the kid. His whole body's covered in sweat. Is it your stomach? Did it hurt? If it hurts, you shouldn't clutch at it so tightly. It makes it worse. Realizing that his captors were concerned about his stomach, he inadvertently let his shirt right up, letting the scar from his surgery come into plain view. Vision was still obscured with packing tape, so he couldn't see their reaction to the scar. But his captors were taken back. Judging from their momentary silence, he had obtained the reaction he was looking for. Hey, this is bad. Scar, it's not that old. Does the boy have a fever? Is there a thermometer around? Wait, we have one. That's a lot of sweat. Yeah, his forehead feels pretty hot, I think. After prolonged stress, wounds can be aggravated. What do? We saying the medicine won't work? Don't know what surgery the scar was from. Anyways, this is bad. Worst case, it could be fatal. It's bad. Really, really bad. Should have a doctor take a look at it. That's right, there's a chance they might suddenly die on us. Toshiki Inuga, with those few words, knew that the situation was progressing exactly as he envisioned it. Snickering to himself on the inside, pressed his act even further. He didn't even need to see to know that his captors were panicked and were running around like chickens with their heads cut off at this troublesome turn of events. Should we take him to the clinic? That's no good. It'd be better if the doctor came here. Dr. Urie, you mean? Is that okay? That be alright? Worse if anything happened to the hostage. Hello, Isipko. How are you? Yes. Thank you for coming by. We have a spoopy. It's spoopy. You can do. It's an emergency. One of the captors hurriedly left in the car. Another of the men, completely shaken up at this point, wiped the sweat from his forehead with the handkerchief. Looked like they were bringing a doctor. Love the anime, never seen the game, so thought I'd take a watch. Oh, cool. Yeah, this is actually, we are on chapter 4, which the different volumes are considered chapters. So, so this is sort of the going back in time, like, section or whatever, since you'd seen the anime. Where they have the detective guy that meets the younger Rika. As long as the doctor was an accomplice, that doctor was his goal. He was someone he should seek help from. Captors were probably wary of that happening, would be prepared for it. This would all come down to luck. When the sweat emerged from his brow was from that nervousness. That moment, packing tape that was covering his eyes and ears was torn off. Burning light that he was seeing for the first time in several days hurt his eyes. After that, the gag that made it hard for him to breathe was also removed. Right, kid? Bring in a doctor to right now. Hold on for a bit. Ugh. 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 The doctor was coming. Doctor was coming. Now, how was he going to ask for help? How was he going to get away from his captors? A plethora of thoughts began swirling through his mind. Think you know this already. Say anything unnecessary. The doctor. Don't want to hurt you or anything. You understand that, right? Shiki Inugai nodded while feigning pain and obedience. His expectations and the enemy's expectations. They doubted he was faking his illness or not. Knew what his goal was. Tried to stop it. His stomach contracted from the stress of this gambit, making it seem like his stomach really was starting to hurt. No, it really was. There was no reason to panic. If he failed with his approach to the doctor, there was nothing to lose. Something to lose was this method of faking illness to get in touch with the doctor. If he could think of other methods from here on out, it wasn't much. Present was the easiest and most dramatic way he could think of. The more he thought about it, the more it looked like it was his first and last gambit. Eventually, he heard the sound of a car approaching once again. The sound of the car doors being hurriedly opened and shut. Sounds of several footsteps approaching. A young man in a white medical coat. He acknowledged the boy. A suspicious look showed itself on his face. Who's he? He's not one of the kids from the village, is he? Captors didn't respond. From the looks of it, the young doctor had realized that this was an abnormal situation. One of the captors talked threateningly. Got nothing to do with you, Doc. For a while, the doctor and the captor silently glared at one another. However, unable to stand the sight of the boy continuing to suffer, the doctor, as the captors had hoped, didn't press any further. Concerned about this old surgical scar. What kind of operation was it? Don't know. Should really bring him back to the clinic. Doc, we can't really do that. The doctor said he wanted to bring the boy back to the clinic. The captors simply silently shook their heads at the notion. It was a fleeting hope. It's only natural that the captors would refuse. That moment, his eyes met with the doctor's, saying that the boy's painful state was abnormal. The doctor suspected it was a serious illness. Are you all right? I'm a doctor. When was this surgical scar from? Uh, last year? During the winter. From an accident. Accident? See. It's a problem. Couldn't let the doctor figure out that he was faking it. He had to somehow figure out some way to keep this going and tell the doctor that he was being confined and needed help. I'm going to touch the affected area, okay? If it hurts, tell me where. Ah! Seeing that it was extremely painful, the doctor crossed his arms and began to ponder. He had to somehow get himself to a hospital. The Toshiki Inugai faking this illness was the performance of a lifetime. Good work, everyone. I know it's hot, but please do your best. Catch anybody illegally dumping, please contact someone immediately. Immediately, we'll act quickly. Thank you for your cooperation, Oishi-san. Please. Gap wide enough for a single car was opened up in the barricade. Oishi showing his gratitude, or perhaps a threatening attitude. A short beep on the horn rolled the car forward through the checkpoint. This time, my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious. Baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath to not stop me questioning. I admit to be overcautious, knowing full well that my face was known. It might have already been too late for that to have any use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the unbearably hot hoodie, windbreaker, ripped off the mask and hat and threw them in the seat behind me. Why, is that okay? A cheap little disguise like this? I probably figured it out anyways. That just might be the case. Oishi, probably thinking that my unexpected behavior was funny, continued to laugh. The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa spread out before me. The village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances surrounding it. I would absolutely love to take Yuki here for a drive one day. To think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. I played around with the idea in my head, but in reality, this village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. I had heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. Part of this village, the intelligent network that the three families wielded was, the blood ties and regional relationships, unbelievably well organized. Their net spread not just around Hinamizawa itself, but encapsulated the entirety of the city of Shishibone as well. When I first heard that, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it completely serious. Could a local organization out in the boonies here have something so grandiose? Couldn't deny that somewhere in the back of my mind I had ridiculed the thought. But only were they really threatening the minister. They had demonstrated they had a complete grasp on our movements. Were supposed to be top secret. Were almost like the secret police that controlled a small Eastern European country, like in some spy novel. The villagers here wouldn't bat an eye at getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the dam project. I also heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. That you mention it. When I first arrived here, Oishi also said that this place was a war zone, didn't he? Residents of this village were at the same time freedom fighters. Though by definition they were no different than guerrillas or a militia. They weren't protected by the Geneva Convention, but they also didn't have to adhere to those rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than any legitimate battlefield. A secret war was unfolding. It's quagmire, quagmire. Never know what he's gonna do next. It's quagmire. I'll stop. I could drive along because Oishi was with me. If I to leave this car for even something as trivial as looking for a vending machine, there was a chance I wouldn't return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was a battlefield. The reason why bullets weren't flying was simply because it was hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. They were probably just equipped with weapons other than guns that were easier to obtain. That was why Oishi was wearing that stab-proof vest, wasn't it? Kasaka-san, you nervous? The fact that I was apprehensive was, of course, picked up on by Oishi. Already figured it out. There's no point in trying to deny or hide it. Of course I am. We're headed into the heart of enemy territory alone, aren't we? I'm worried about if something unlikely happens with just the two of us. Something unlikely? It'll be alright. Isn't everybody in this village our enemy? If everybody gets their stories straight, they could murder someone in broad daylight. There wouldn't be a shred of evidence. I'm asking about something like that. This was what the ironclad rule of not barging into a Yakuza office was about. There wasn't a neutral party involved. That area wasn't bound by the laws of common sense. Something happened. Wouldn't be able to prove it. There wasn't anybody who would take your side. It was pretty much the definition of poking the bear. Left the word that we're headed towards the Inamizawa area. Worst case, we've also got a radio. I know you're scared, Akasaka-san, but it's not that easy to pull off the perfect crime. Of course, that doesn't mean we can let our guard down either. Akasaka-san, you're too worked up over this. You're more relaxed the last time we came up here, weren't you? Laughing it off, Lishi thumped his chest and as if to say I could depend on him. Well, if it gets really iffy, comes with having the badge. Lishi made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It was undoubtedly the image of a gun. Will it be of any use? If you're not afraid of dealing with the aftermath after you shoot, it's actually very reassuring. An officer's gun was only for show. If you really wanted to fire it, there were quite a number of stipulations. You had to be prepared for the long probationary period afterwards. Definitely wasn't worth it. So even if an officer did unholster his gun, there wasn't one who actually wanted to pull the trigger. Saka-san, are you carrying one? Peace. Well, yeah. You ever fired it? I have. For training, though. Well, I guess that'd be true. Well then, have you, Oishi-san? Me? Nah, there's no way. What's this? I thought he was laughing at me because he had experience. The two of us laughed together. I've also never pointed the barrel at anybody. I've looked down the barrel of a gun a few times. Being made to look down the barrel like that, enough to shorten your lifespan by about 3 years. Even if he had never fired a gun before. Couldn't even begin to compare the amount of experience Oishi had over me. A time like this, I could only marvel again at how reliable Oishi seemed. Think of it. I didn't want to come this way in the middle of the day. No way for a car to get here. Fluid check. Which I realized it. Okay. I'll be back in just a moment. And I'm back. Akasaka-san, in case. Put on the mask again to hide your face, please. What's the matter? Not hear it because the air conditioning is too loud? I'm her sheep. Thank you for coming. Turn it off. Try opening the window. When I opened the window, a blast of hot air blew inside. Oh, thank you. Then I could hear angry yelling coming from far away. That moment, forest gave way on either side of us, and our view expanded suddenly. There could be seen the Hinamizawa Dam construction grounds, very front line for Hinamizawa village. We're absolutely opposed to the construction of the Hinamizawa Dam. Crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. A roar of angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had become a veritable sound canyon, spewing out its ammunition. The prefabricated side office was surrounded by 2 sets of high fences laced with barbed wire. Lined up in front of those fences were riot police in their vehicles. And surrounding it all were the villagers. They howled out their protest against the dam as a single entity. Oh, not too many of them today. We're in luck. That's not too many? Yeah, when there's a lot of them, the crowd reaches as far as the road. Wouldn't even be able to inch forward in a car. First, due to their overwhelming intensity, it looked to me like there was more people than there actually was, but upon closer inspection, there were at most 50 to 70 of them. The 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up that looked strangely... The 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up that looked like they belonged to a band of thugs were a strange enough sight. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas, as well as covering their faces with masks. Adding to the oddity of it all, propaganda trucks, after braying their chorus, had their volume turned up even higher and began to flood the air with sutras. To say that the noise was downright violent wouldn't be an understatement. This distance, it was still this loud. The glass in the office was probably rattling from the noise. Can't do anything there but take it. Those riot squad guys, one of them is wearing earplugs, but they're still having their hearing damaged. Or sobs. Can't you do something about it with noise ordinance laws? Our prefecture doesn't have any laws regarding noise or... Also, those are sutras, right? We can't regulate religious activities. Guys are pretty smart. But I think Oishi said. Actually, no matter how tightly the window was shut, the booming sound of the sutras still filled the car. Couldn't even hear what Oishi, who was sitting right next to me, was saying. The car approached the line of propaganda trucks. The blare became difficult to bear. It wasn't enough to just plug my ears with my fingers. I had to hold my head to keep my skull from splitting apart. If I had seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would have probably understood what Hinamizawa village was much quicker. Now I knew. They wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves in order to protect their hometown. Damn noisy. Shut up, shut up. My head throbbed and it felt like it was going to split apart. My eardrums crackled. On top of it all, it felt like I was going to throw up. The road crowded with a throng of squatters, propaganda trucks, and riot police vehicles. It was in no easy way to get by. Even if you tried to shoo the squatters with the car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to noises from the outside world. And when easily moved, the car could only inch forward at a snail's pace. Then the car eventually got through, starting to leave the noise behind. Hey, bald guy that was playing mahjong with us last night. Were him? I remember that there was an older person who didn't exactly mince words. Guy that Oishi called Old Man. There was someone like that. See, he's the foreman of the main construction site. Probably holed up in that prefab building, trying to work while irritated out of his mind. Poor fella. Wouldn't be able to stand it like that every day. Yeah. No end to the number of people who can't handle it and quit. Every time that happens, their wages go up. I won't say it's in vain. And having to deal with all that noise and hostility, they still made a way to the way she found enviable. Damn it. These guys. They hear or can't they? If squatters were in the way of the car. Oishi, sufficiently annoyed, laid into the horn. There was no indication that they were moving anytime soon. This din, they not even hear a car horn? Did they hear it and were being malicious? If there were any riot police nearby, it would have made people move. It just so happened there weren't any around here. Jeez. Wait just a minute. Oishi opened up the door. A hot air and even more heated roar of the crowd spilled into the car. He said something as he grinned widely, but I couldn't hear what it was. He was getting them to move. Something like that? Oishi stepped out of the car and closed the door. Din faded slightly. Stared blankly as Oishi headed towards the group and started some sort of conversation. Maybe we find the minister's grandson at Takatsudo. At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him and slip the cursed bonds of this incomprehensible village. Hello, Fox Club. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. I can only pray. That moment, a shadow was suddenly cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger side window, blocking the sunlight. I spun around. Right round. Like a record, baby, right round. Sorry. Looked up and realized who the backlit figure was. Oh shit. How goes the horror? Well, Rika showed up at a very awkward place. Yeah, that emote exactly. That's how it's going. All we need is that neat, boom, 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 boom. Huh? It was a girl. It was Rika Furude. Girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eye. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I had been found out by somebody I shouldn't be found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. Of course, there is no way she heard my small voice in this clamor. Even then, she should have seen me wave my hand in greeting. In spite of that, she simply stared down at me with a cold look on her face. Your pride must take a hit when you get stared down by what? I think at the time of this, she's like 6 years old, something like 6, 7 years old, 7 maybe at most. No, they're more like 5 years old. I think at the point of this, like 79. So something along those lines. But yeah, getting looked down upon by a 5-year-old child. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car once again. She had returned to the driver's seat. Taking a look, the group that was blocking the road had started to move aside while glaring our way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go? Oishi registered the figure of the girl behind me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up. In a manner of, "It's dangerous, so get away." It was then that she whispered 1 or 2 words, however. I couldn't hear any of it. Then let's go. I'm going to gun it, okay? Of course, still within the speed limit. As if to shake off the still audible angry voices, Oishi floored the gas. Along with the roar and the din and the shouting, the villagers and the girl quickly disappeared behind us. As soon as we're through here, we're in Katsudo. You okay if we end up getting in a firefight? Don't be fumbling with the safety at the last moment, you hear? Oishi laughed mockingly again. I was more concerned with what the girl had said, however, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she trying to say with that apathetic and candid expression? We go home. You should have gone home. I don't know. Either way, I feel like it probably means nothing good. Suppose it's normal if you're nervous from here on out. If you don't deal with it, there's a chance you might do something rash. Like step into some poison ivy, that's not a good thing. Get it? Do something rash? Poison ivy? Haha! I'm funny. I'm sorry. Here. Just hang my head in shame now. There was no longer a way to confirm what the girl had tried to tell me. It might have been that the girl who warned me was going back to Tokyo again, or else saying to me who was here now, just ignoring that warning. Well, I was right. Or at least the game is indicating that right thing. Which is somewhat concerning. Even though I warned you, what a fool. Dame dame, dame yo, dame dame. I had the feeling she said something like that. If you were to call Himizawa a rather lonely village, and Takatsudo was outright desolate. For the everyday city boy like me, just couldn't understand why anybody would force themselves to live here. There were signs that people had. They were all covered in dust or enveloped in ivy. indicating that it was all abandoned. People really lived in a place like this, didn't they? Well, it was a long time ago. Well, a place like this is pretty rough for old to live. The younger people probably wanted to try living in a more suitable place. Nobody left to take the reins, all that gets left is this. Even if I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel a little sentimental. It seemed that Oishi also felt the same way. Was the wallet found over here? The person who found it must have had good reason to come out to this desolate place. Yeah, there are some villagers who have a field out in the mountains. We pass by here in the mornings and evenings. The villagers who work in the fields walk by here every day? No way. Probably go as far as they can by car. Oh, in the early mornings and evenings they just pass by here and just happen to find a single wallet? They probably did. Where exactly did they say they found it? In a thicket just a bit further ahead. The person who found the wallet just happened to have some stomach cramps. Was planning to use the thicket to do his business. There he happened to find it. Probably hoping there was some toilet paper in there. Everything about that story just seems a little too convenient. Right from the discovery of the wallet. Can't shake the feeling that something's off. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Think about it. I feel like it's a trap. Anyone? This is the moment. This is the moment to use the thing. This is the moment. No one? Am I gonna have to do it? Fine then. What do you think, Admiral Akbar?
It's a trap.
There we go. Ahem, continue on. I expressed the feeling that I had from the start of the day, quite frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. It was too perfect, stickingly so. That was my feeling. Might actually be onto something by saying it's all a little too perfect. Meaning? Truth is, I heard a little something from a friend of mine in the 4th Division, where Oryu Sonozaki referenced the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. She referenced it? Yeah. Been several days since the minister's grandson has been kidnapped. Poor boy. Be nice if they let him go soon. Seems that old Oryu muttered something like that while on her veranda. That little musing was conveyed to the various people working deep behind the scenes at the Sonozaki family. Right. I had heard something earlier from Sato-san, the informant. That, when the leader Oryu had a concern, somebody in the family would be considerate. So in essence, she gave the order to release the hostage? I see it that way. The wallet being conveniently discovered was just a ploy to hand the boy over to the police. Why would they release the hostage? Well, there's only a reason why someone would release a hostage, isn't there? What is it? They reached a deal. That would mean the minister promised to halt the Hinamizawa Dam project. Dam project will definitely go away. At that moment, those words that the girl had said resurfaced in the back of my mind. Sorry, I'm distracted by the smell of some lovely tea leaves right now. I've been holding off on using it, but I found me using So you can get like tea rolled into little balls.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagging dragon in a wagon you could meet.
Thank you very much for the follow, legendary anime JP fan 2. Okay, you're really like, yeah, cool. Yeah, we're going through the entire Higurashi series, actually. So we've been taking, like, breaks in between, but we've also done some other fish. Well, that and some point-and-click adventures. Pretty. First time playing Higurashi for PS2, 2002. Wow. So that would have been. Did they only? I'm guessing they would have only had the original sprite works for that during that. I'm guessing. That's so cool. Which the original sprite work is, it's nice. They have their own distinct charm to them. I like the newer ones. I guess would be my. I do still have like the preference for the new ones, but I guess how many visual novel games that I've played. Well, let's see. If you said you played Higurashi. $100. Probably more than that. 200. Oh. Well, I was, okay. I'm a bit short. But wow, that's quite a few. Out of, what are, like, what's your favorite one that you've come across? Or what way, I guess put this. What's maybe your favorite one, and then what's probably the one that you think is probably the best of all the ones that you played? Or just like maybe one or two that I guess what I'd be curious about. That's probably a tough question, so don't feel pressured. At that moment, those words that the girl had said resurfaced in the back of my... In the end, it was turning out exactly as she had proclaimed. This young girl knew the circumstances. She knew everything about this kidnapping incident from the beginning to the end. Akasaka. The girl unexpectedly called my name. What is it? Go back to Tokyo. Huh? Before long, you'll woefully regret coming to this village. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see. Favorite one is Quintessential Quintuplets, while best was Hime Remake. Oh, cool. Okay. So that would have been alright. Okay, because I'm guessing that series was I've seen a bit of like the anime series of the other one, of the quintuplets. So I imagine that probably would make for a good. Yeah, it sounds like something. Thinking about it, yeah, that probably sounds like a good plot from that would be a part of a. Tsukihime sounds familiar. Thank you for the question. Oh, okay. So I thought I'd warn you right now. Why would I come to regret it? Stop whining. And you tried crossing the road? Trying to get back my... Gotta get in the brain. When you tried crossing the road and the don't walk sign was up, your parents finished explaining why it was dangerous, or pulling you back to the sidewalk. They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they? They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that. Oh my gosh, that freaking... The baby laugh sound effect just... Oh my gosh, that was way... That messed with my head just... Okay. It's like... What my brain was like, what was that? Dang it, game, why did you do... The girl who knew everything from start to finish had warned me in the beginning. Go back to Tokyo. Akasaka is such a coward. When Rika goes tee-hee-hee-hee-hee, I feel like that's like... seconds before tragedy is about to happen. Warning signs, crap's about to go south really quick. That's probably really close to the top of the list. You'll probably find the boy. What happens afterwards will probably be a bit of a problem. It'll be a problem though, is something a single officer like me can't figure out. You know, a girl named Rika Furude? What I had was such a non sequitur that Oishi sat in stunned silence for a while. Of course I know her. The only daughter of the Furude family, one of the 3 families. What kind of girl is she? Well. Was an unexpected name to hear. A bit surprised. Public safety think that the Furude family smells fishy and wants to keep an eye on them? Share some of that information with me, please. No, it's not like that. It's just something that caught my attention. Well, whatever. Wouldn't do to not answer a question for a friend I've sat at the same table with. I'm honored that you call me a friend. That little lady is, well, somewhat of a village mascot. She's beloved by everybody in the village. And the older folk worship her especially. Worship? I don't know much about it, you see. Girls born in the Furude family have somewhat of a sacred implication. It's one of the local beliefs in Hinamizawa. Living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama or something like it. So the story goes, apparently. Oyashiro-sama? Now that you mention it, I think I saw Oyashiro-sama written on some of the Alliance's banners. What is Oyashiro-sama exactly? It's the name of the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. I believe it'll exact punishment on those who would do ill toward the village. Well, if there is such a convenient god around, guys at the dam would have long since been done in by divine justice. Luckily, nothing like that has happened to anybody just yet. Sometimes, foreshadowing is fairly obvious. Grandson of the minister who trifled with the village. The result of Oyashiro-sama's anger was... They called it again? Oh, right. Onikakushi. Minister's grandson was demoned away. Probably be how the script is being written. See, I would turn into something like that. Divine punishment wrought by Oishiro-sama. The culprit is the living incarnation of Oishiro-sama. That girl? Even I didn't know exactly what I was saying. The fact that Oishi left it off was a bit of a relief. Oishi's joyous laughter was so infectious that I began to laugh like an idiot as well. Oh, unusual. Oishi, laying into the horn several times, rolled the window down and leaned out, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. It's Dr. Irie, isn't it? It's a car headed the opposite way. Till now, we hadn't run into any other cars except our own. And of all the places, it was at this desolate location. It seemed that Oishi knew the owner of that car. The other car also chirped its horn and came to a stop. Dr. Irie, good afternoon. The other car's window rolled down slowly, revealing a young man in a white overcoat. Yes, I called it. Oh, well, then again, that's probably an action to make. He was about my age, or perhaps a bit older, but you can't really judge somebody by their appearances. Why, if it isn't Oishi-san, good afternoon. Fancy meeting you here. That's my line, Doctor. Never thought I'd see you here. What happened? Oh, nothing, just a little house call. Oh, really? An emergency? No, nothing quite that serious. Thankfully. I'll take my leave here. If I don't get back quickly, my staff will be angry with me. Being the head of a clinic must be tough. Well then, take care. The young doctor named Irie, her gesturing his farewell, drove forwards and soon disappeared around a corner. Oishi also drove forwards, but soon came to a stop again. Pulled out a worn map book from the dash. His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was perfectly serious. What is it? The clinic shouldn't be making any house calls today. Must have been quite an emergency, or otherwise a patient with some extenuating circumstances. Oishi flipped through the pages, opening up to the map of Takatsudo. For that, he took a look around and started to figure out what our current location was. Saying that emergency is suspicious? Didn't I say? There's hardly anybody that lives in the Takatsudo area. The road we're on right now is here. Dr. Irie came from this direction. Having no sense of our surroundings, I couldn't digest anything about the place he was indicating on the map. We're heading towards the spot where the wallet was found. Wait, that's over here. See? You're heading to one of the few residences in Takatsudo. It's the wrong road. Meaning, Dr. Irie came from a direction where there are no residents? As long as somebody working in the fields between these mountains didn't collapse. But if somebody collapses and you call a doctor, normally you'd bring them back with you for more detailed examination. Just now, Irie said it was nothing serious. Didn't seem like anybody else was in the car with him. Oishi didn't say any more than that. I said nothing. That doctor just now examined a patient. A spy. Only that. The noisy radio had suddenly gone quiet. The sky had just as suddenly turned an oppressive color. As Oishi mused that it might start to rain, torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. Eventually, Oishi stopped the car. The only sounds to break the silence were the percussion of the rain on the roof and the stop squeak of the windshield wipers. Let's do this a bit hush-hush, shall we? Saying that in a quiet voice, he exited the car without an umbrella, careful not to make any noises. Oishi leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket, and was pointing to a prefabricated shed, the car that was parked beside it. The car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that had been left there for several years. That shed contains equipment used by the Forestry Service. I heard they don't go near it except during the summertime. Does that car belong to somebody from the Forestry Service then? Dunno. Doesn't look like an official vehicle though. Oishi was playing it cool. My nervousness was gradually increasing. Just in case. Saying that, Oishi returned to the car. Thought he was going to get an umbrella, but he had grabbed the onboard radio instead. Hello, this is Oishi. Do you read? Greetings. Yes, this is Okinomi SP. Oishi-san, we read you loud and clear, over. Currently in front of the Forestry Service's equipment shed. Not the one in the direction of Yagauchi, the one in Takatsudo, if you head there from Inamizawa. Affirmative. Copy that. There's some suspicious people in the shed. Proceeding to investigate. If you don't hear back from me in 5 minutes, in touch with the local police substation and have them send a cruiser as soon as possible. If you would, please. Understood. Oh then, should we go take a look? Since he was first confined here, he had heard the sound of a car multiple times. We just thought the far-off sound was more of the same. However, the reaction from his captors was, until now, something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reacting as if shocked by a jolt of electricity, and pressed against the window, cautiously peering outside. Stopped. Somebody from the Forestry Service? This is bad. Looks like a cop to me. One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek. Hey kid, keep quiet for a bit. Think you know this. Try and shout, there'll be problems. Yoshiki Inugai was sure that the doctor had reported things to the police. He had felt relief when he thought that he was saved, not imagining that his captors would resort to violence when they were cornered. His anxiety remained unabated. What do we do? Gotta buy time. Take the kid and slip out the back. We'll meet back here when the heat's off. One of the perpetrators grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki Inugai tried to resist by feigning that his illness had been aggravated by this rough treatment. His captors paid no heed. Bang, bang, bang. The door was violently banged upon. Excuse me. Hello? Bang, 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 bang. The door was banged on again. Toshiki Inugai hesitated for a moment to respond to that voice by yelling. However, when he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking that option away from him. The leader of the captors waved at the other to go. The younger perpetrator nodded in response, and while keeping the boy's mouth covered, started heading towards the back door. Yo, you need something? How do you do? This is the police. Would you mind opening the door? Son Rain is us in a bit of trouble. I just opened. The moment the lock was undone, Oishi forced the door open. With a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped into the room. Then, in the small and empty room, he was able to quickly discern that the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. I heard that this was an equipment shed for the Forestry Service, but there's nothing here at all. There was nothing inside the room that would indicate this was an equipment shed. There's only a mountain of blankets indicating that somebody was sleeping here, alongside empty food packets strewn about. It's been empty for some time now. Never seen no equipment stored around here. But this is the Forestry Service's building, isn't it? You from the Forestry Service? Oh, how about you, police? Two of them glared at each other suspiciously. But Oishi and the man steadfastly refused to reveal their identity before the other did. The man, judging from the sharp look in Oishi's eyes, realized that it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. No matter what he said, the most time he could buy would probably be only a few dozen seconds. Only the sound of rain filled this tense moment. Just then, they heard the sound of a struggle from far off. Oishi had a hunch. There's no doubt that Akasaka was circling around the pack, had run into the perpetrators who were trying to slip by. As Oishi thought that, the man in front of him reacted a moment faster. The man swung with an attack that was more intended to obscure Oishi's vision, rather than to actually hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, the man aimed a kick at Oishi's groin without hesitation. But he missed his mark and was unable to land that critical blow. The man, trying to pin Oishi, grabbed him by the base of his neck, both hands, and fiercely tried to push him down. But as Oishi fell backwards, as if kicking the man upward, he dug his foot into the man's midsection. With that leg acting as a fulcrum, the man was flung by the falling Oishi as if by a circle throw. The two of them squared off in the pouring rain. Isn't this interesting? Want to go? Oishi, as if trying to cheer himself on, grinned smugly. He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Even though he countered the assault, Oishi was getting up rather awkwardly compared to the man whom he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet. Oishi-san, hurry! Akasaka's voice rang out from the distance, judging from the distress in his voice. He was already engaged in a fight, wanted Oishi to reconvene with him. But Oishi's hands were full as well. Akasaka-san, sorry, but can you wait a bit? The man raised both his fists into a stance that hinted at him being acquainted with karate, some other form of martial art. Of course, Oishi was an officer of the law, was decently versed in judo. But he also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, he could tell that the man in front of him was quite a bit better at fighting than he was. Damn it. Thinking that this was going to be easy just because the order came from the Sonozaki family to release the hostage had been a big mistake. Pretty good. It's been a while since I got this worked up. She played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean Oishi wasn't going to go down easy. The man wildly charged forward, attempting to grab Oishi. The man managed a successful clinch from his low stance. Oishi would be tackled to the ground, ended up being mounted. It was something you saw often when children fought, but it really was a bad position, since you couldn't do much once you were in it. Oishi, responding to that move, also lowered his stance to collide with the man head-on. The moment they clashed, Oishi grabbed the man's lapel. As he yanked the lapel upwards, he smashed into the man's solar plexus with the elbow of the same arm. It was a move from Oishi's own personal brand of brawling jutsu. Judo, blah. He then grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw his opponent with both hands. But the man lowered his center of gravity, swung his arms in a large arc, intertwining them with Oishi's. Not only that, but he had forced both of Oishi's elbows to the outside, and Oishi, now in an awkward position, was in danger of exposing his back with his hand still clutching the man's chest. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling, didn't he? Oishi, cursing the fact that his fingers were twisted in the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip. But he was still in the awkward position of being bent over. On top of that, at zero range. The man was able to read Oishi's movements completely as he tried to squirm his way into a better position. And then took the palms of his hands and swiftly clapped them over both of Oishi's ears. He did the Sherlock Holmes discombobulate maneuver. Clapping the ears in any other martial art, except for self-defense, was basically forbidden. Karate and Judo didn't recognize it as a legal technique. It was that much of a simple and dangerous attack. Oishi raised both his hands as he tried to reflexively clutch at his own ears. Before that could happen, the man wrapped his arms around Oishi's necks. His thick biceps clenched firmly around the base of Oishi's neck like a vice. Oishi instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe that a man like this was accustomed to fighting, could crush his opponent's neck from this position. But his opponent didn't do that. He had chosen to keep his hold and force Oishi to lose consciousness. That's why Oishi at that moment, even though his face was twitching, was grinning widely. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, this guy has no intention of killing me. However, even though that might be the case, man's hold on his neck was by no means gentle. No time at all, Oishi's consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in judo during his student days, Oishi was utterly resigned to the fact that it was over. Akasaka was finally recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a rather sensitive area. Ooh, owie. He had bumped into the captor carrying the boy by the back entrance. He had seen Toshiki Inogai's picture plenty of times, wasn't able to immediately ascertain if the boy in front of him was the real deal. But with his mouth covered in packing tape, also with his limited experience, it wasn't hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation. Of course, the perpetrator didn't overlook this momentary lapse. His kick landed squarely in a critical spot, Akasaka not even having the time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder, he headed towards the front of the shed. Upon hearing Oishi's bellowing voice, he gave up on going that direction. He then dashed off towards the forest. As if the weight of the boy slung over his shoulder wasn't even there. Akasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Oishi, who was fighting with the enemy, was by far the safer option. But he couldn't just lose sight of the fleeing man. Akasaka stood up and chased after the captor's back. Ran through a short thicket, branches and fallen leaves crunching underfoot. The tips of branches raked and clawed at him. All scratches described themselves on his body, on one after another. He kept on stepping into puddles and mud. His shoes were soon filled with murky water. For Akasaka, traveling through this unexplored forest was, even though this was an emergency situation, extremely unpleasant. Stop! This is the police! As he said that, he regretted immediately as it was but a waste of breath. There wasn't a thief in the world that would politely stop when told to by the police. To a city boy like Akasaka, running through this forest was an arduous task. However, it must have been no easy task either for the man carrying the minister's grandson. He neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit. Akasaka, upon realizing that, gained back a bit of composure. He just kept on chasing him. We're running in the same conditions. fact, the man running with an awkward stride was at a far more of a disadvantage. He couldn't run forever. Eventually, he'd definitely trip and fall. As long as he was being hounded, he would definitely stumble. And soon his wish was fulfilled. Whoa! The man who had stepped in something and lost his balance, no longer able to bear the weight of the boy, dropping him. Akasaka, in all honesty, didn't care about the perpetrator at all, just as long as he could ensure the safety of Toshiki Inugai. If the perpetrator ran off by himself, it was perfectly acceptable. But it seemed that Toshiki Inugai was important to the man as well. He didn't like to just run away empty-handed. Akasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. His first priority should be probably to ensure the safety of the boy, though doing his capture being less important. Grappling with the perpetrator wasn't something he planned on. Most likely, it was either do or die. Akasaka's moment of indecision proved to be fatal. The man, aiming right between, or rather, for both of Akasaka's eyes, struck out with a jab. Not wanting that, Akasaka raised both his hands to shield his face. At that moment, the man kicked at his unguarded midsection. The pain almost felt like his vital organs were being squeezed out of his body, but he latched on to his opponent's leg. But his opponent didn't hesitate one bit. Leading with his seized foot, the man jumped Akasaka, applying pressure and pushing him down. Akasaka was unable to withstand that and fell, but under no circumstances was he letting that leg go. The two men fell together in a tangled heap. The man was desperate to pull his leg free from Akasaka, but having fallen in an awkward position was unable to. Two of them rolled around on the ground, floundering about trying to gain an advantage. But Akasaka, who was holding on to his opponent's knee with both hands, that opponent, who had complete freedom to move his upper body, were in two completely different situations. The man gained a positional advantage on Akasaka, who was still lashed onto his leg and couldn't move away, and pounded full force on his head with both his fists. Not only that, he found a rock nearby and beat it against Akasaka's skull. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The difference between being hit with a fist and being hit with a rock was vast. Akasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands to protect his head. But if he let go here, the man would get away. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for naught. The boy he was trying to save was right there. He was going to save him and go back to Tokyo. He could do that, and it was goodbye to this freakish village. Bam, crack, thud. Without looking, the tail of my forehead had split open and was gushing blood. But I didn't let go of the man's leg. Did I? I won't let go. The man realized that no matter how much he beat my head, he wasn't getting away. He used both his hands to grab my throat as if to crush my windpipe. I pulled my head back as a slight form of resistance. It was no use. The man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. Less about the pain of not being able to breathe, so much as it was choking so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. Keep one hand on him and have the other hand go for the groin, and just start squeezing. Twist and squeeze. Unless you want to pull out the gun, but... it's a street fight. You don't have to fight fair. Fighting fair is what works, basically. Especially if it's for going against a kidnapper. I just, the groin is a perfectly valid target. Felt like my stomach was going to turn itself. itself inside out. If I could only endure it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. My throat hurts. Won't let go, I can't let go. I don't want to be here. I want to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. Back to Tokyo and talk to UK all about our unborn child. I'm going to talk about our bright future. I had no intention of loosening my grip. However, it loosened just a bit, and the man's leg came free. The man kicked as hard as possible, and I tumbled backwards. My head was spinning, and I was unable to get up right away. No, I couldn't even put any strength into getting up in the first place. Even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape now, this chance would never come again. Even just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. If we weren't able to get the minister's ransom back here, wouldn't it be another chance? The man tried to drag the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying some unexpected persistence, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grasped the rock the man had just beat me over the head with. Now it's my turn. Gah! The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, adding more than enough power to my attack. My fist, still wrapped around the rock, dug into the side of the man's torso. Thank you for the fluid check. It seemed like it hurt him quite a bit. Yeah. The man rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. Freed from the man's grip, the boy hid behind me. Toshiki Inuga, right? I've come to help you. To the boy, those were the words he was waiting for the most. The crisis was still not over. That was because, even though he was still clutching at his side, the man had gotten up again and had taken a fighting stance. I could see in the man's eyes the resentment at the pain I had caused him, and the confidence that he could still beat me. If we were to clash head-on again, he might not even stop if my head were split open. Stop resisting. Surrender quietly. Just hand the boy over. You want me to stab your neck? Who would listen to you now? Reinforcements are already on their way. There's nowhere for you to run. The man reacted adversely to the word reinforcements. That was because he knew that arguing like this wasn't just a waste of time, him closer and closer to danger. Realizing that, the man shifted mental gears almost too quickly. Let's finish this fast. How about this? What? The man pulled from his back pocket was, of all things, a gun. Of course, I'm a police officer. It's not like I don't know what a gun is. Having one pointed at me was something I'd never experienced before. Was it real? Of course it was. No way it'd be a replica in a situation like this. Put both your hands behind your head and lay down quietly. Don't get cocky, you villain. Won't do anything you say. Stupid idiot. You don't know what this is without me shooting you with it? Then shoot. Reinforcements will hear the gunshot and head right over here. You stupid. We're in the middle of the forest, and on top of that, it's raining. I'll never hear a thing. As long as he still held that gun, no matter how much I yelled at him, I was at a distinct disadvantage. But I still had a fighting chance. If I were in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling at each other, I would just shoot him and take the boy. That way was the fastest, would suppress any sort of further resistance from him. But the man was demanding my surrender without having fired a shot, and that he either didn't want to shoot or couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy even just a little more time, factors that would lead me to victory were numerous. Oishi was probably on his way. The reinforcements we called for before coming here should already be well on their way too. Not only that, they should have contacted the local police box. Without a doubt, somebody stationed in the village would be here much quicker than that. Damn it. I have to put a bullet in you to understand how dangerous this thing is? There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes. That moment, I heard the rustling of foliage and heavy footsteps approaching. If Oishi was coming here, it would be a whole new ballgame. It's the other perp. Man couldn't have more than one gun. Ishi-san, over here, over here. Huh? Thought the time was on my side, but I had failed to even imagine that the enemy could also have reinforcements. You could tell the man who had just appeared was one of the perpetrators just by looking at him. What you doing? Don't hurry up, the police will get here. Stop lollygagging. Damn it. What happened to Ishi-san? The chubby fella? He's down for the count. He is. Damn it. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. Could this be? Damn it. Buddy isn't coming. Serves you right. Shoes on the other foot now. As I backed up against a large tree while still protecting the boy, the second man also pulled out a gun. Won't be saying this twice. Put your hands on your head and lie down. You refuse. I shouted in protest. Blood erupted from my left shoulder. It took a few moments to register that I had been shot, compared to the ones from in movies and TV dramas. The first actual gunshot I heard was simple and mundane. In fact, the sound was more akin to the small fireworks I used to buy from the corner store as a kid. There was no comparing the pain. It was a fear you knew only after you'd been shot. Sir, you okay? Are you okay? The boy in his confusion tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound even further. I went to put on a bold face and reassure him. My voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect. I'm all right. I've already called for backup. Be a full squad here soon. Yeah. It'll be quicker to put on through your head before the cops get here. Family said no needless killing. I'm taking it easy on you. Don't mess with me or I ain't holding back. This was bad. It was very, very bad. This second man was a complete different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. This man said he'd shoot, he'd shoot. He wasn't somebody that a man like me could buy time from. I really hated to admit it, but at that moment, the image of Yukie's smiling face crossed the back of my mind. I knew what that meant. I was warning myself not to throw my life away over a matter of pride. Of course, I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yukie, and I wanted to see the face of our soon-to-be-born child. Why should I risk my life for some minister's grandson? I was such a critical juncture in my own life. Damn it. I need to stop rambling at myself. So what do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my own life? Good idea. His life is precious. My own life was in danger. Nobody would blame me. Damn it, it hurts, it hurts. If I had known it would be this painful, I wouldn't have played the tough guy. My biggest miscalculation was, though, the sound of the gunshot was far quieter than I had imagined. If it was only that loud, it would be drowned out by the rain in the forest. It wasn't something that somebody far away could hear. Damn it. Hey, just wait. I don't want to die. And I don't want to kill you. As long as you understand. Don't shoot, okay? Don't shoot. But wife waiting for me at home. I don't want to die. I won't shoot as long as you don't yell or nothing. Just quietly put your hands on your head and lie down. Did you really? You'll keep your promise, right? The promise between men. I will. Promise between men. If you promise, keep it. I'm going to get down on the ground, okay? Getting down. I'll keep my promise, so stop pointing that gun at me. You're still thinking of shooting me, aren't you? But to shoot me, don't you? When I get down on the ground, you're just going to shoot me in the back of the head, aren't you? I won't. Fine. I'll put it away. I'll put the gun away. Promise between men. There. No problem now, right? Yeah, absolutely no complaints. It was over in a flash. The moment he lowered his gun, Lishi didn't let his chance slip by. Lishi had been assessing the situation for quite some time from behind the two men. since they had their guns trained on me, I didn't really have a chance to jump in. Seeing the look on Oishi's face indicating that he wanted me to create an opening, I took on that role completely. Oishi forcefully lifted the arm that was holding the gun. He then took the gun from the man's hand in only an instant. The other man, who was a bit slow in grasping what was happening, pointing his gun at them, with his ally grappling with Oishi, couldn't pull the trigger. That man was the one that was wrestling with Oishi. At any moment, he might have shot without hesitation. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot. Oishi kicked the other man away, and while aiming the stolen gun with his left hand, pulled out his own. With guns akimbo, he was aiming at both men at the same time. I do believe that's checkmate. It was perfectly played. But heedless of the guns pointed at them, the man shouted "Scram!" as they scattered away at full speed. It was over in an instant. Those two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unexpected. Oishi, quietly clicking his tongue in astonishment, slipped both guns into his pants pockets. Guys know their stuff. What do you mean? An officer won't fire at somebody who's fleeing. Want to keep my pension here. Oishi and I grinned at each other. You Toshiki Inugai, grandson of the Minister of Construction Inugai. Yes. There's going to be a major incident. Probably only cut the tail off the lizard, though. Oishi smiled amusedly. The fact that our Onigafushi Defense Alliance, or rather, the Saki family behind them was pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it wouldn't be easy. With apologies to Oishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. This caused an uproar. It would obviously lead to the minister losing his office. The HQ having decided that doing so was in national interest, this would probably be cleaned up quietly. It might be a rough way of saying it. This was born in the shadows and was going to die in the shadows. Oishi probably already understood the implications behind this incident. For the time being, let's cordon off the area, since it seems that one of them still has a gun. After that, let's get Unigai-kun to safety and get you to the hospital. The tension in the situation faded. The pain from the gunshot wound in my shoulder blossomed once again. My forehead was also stinging painfully and had grown hot enough to start a fire. Thinking that the tension had caused me to sweat, I wiped my forehead. What came off was a large amount of blood. It was that my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood flowing from my head. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound, without a doubt. Probably be an investigation on the men who ran. That was for another day. At this point in time, I could safely say we had cleared the major hurdle of securing the boy's safety. As soon as I recognized that, it felt like the lights in my head had been hit by a power failure. My knees buckled from underneath me, the ground there feeling as soft as a cloud. It didn't feel unpleasant even as I was covered in the rain-soaked mud. Oishi came closer, asking if I was okay. Somehow I couldn't tell. I turned off the switch to the last light in my head. Exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something softer than any blanket wrapped around me. You have received new tip. Stay in school. Okay. See what this new tip is. A very kind person. Patients admitted to the hospital can only accept calls at fixed times. That's why she wouldn't be receiving a call from him today. Yesterday, she had teased him that he got lonely. We might have struggled with the idea of calling her sooner. That was much easier to imagine, rather than that he might just be too busy to call. Because he's just that type of person. Yukie whispering that smile to herself. The announcement that visiting hours were over played over the hospital intercom along with some music. He exchanged pleasantries with the family of the patient that was staying in the same room as her. Probably eager for his mother to be discharged, their small child was wearing a beaming smile. That child's mother was pregnant in the bed next to mine with what may be their new brother or sister. We're probably ready to burst with the expectations, dreams, and worries of having a new sibling. The joys of a growing family. Bathing in those warm feelings, I stroked my own belly, which had grown quite large. I had talked with him about how many children we wanted to have. Talked about how if we had 3, it would certainly be lively. However, was the inescapable worry of whether I would be able to handle giving birth that many times. There isn't a mother out there who would hate to give birth because of that worry, though. Yukie, smiling as she said that to herself, gently stroked her stomach. The Metropolitan Public Safety Division. The place where that man's sense of justice had led him. That person was actually a very gentle, very fragile person. He didn't talk much about the specifics. I didn't think he was suited for the assignment he was on right now. But, as long as he said he was going to try his best, I would watch over him warmly. Your father, you see, is a very hard worker, you know. Kuchiku. Yukie seemed to be enjoying herself as she talked to her own belly. That moment, Yukie suddenly became concerned about something and looked out the window. Used to be this time. Long ago, you remember that when she was little, around this time in the countryside, where her grandmother lived, Higurashi would fill the air with their chorus. This was the middle of Tokyo. Like in the countryside, you couldn't hear the song of the Higurashi. But for some reason, at that moment, Yukie felt that she wanted to hear that song. Hey, next chapter! That was my first time losing consciousness. After hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed, this was my first time actually experiencing it. Thank you for the fluid check. Hello? Are you okay? Realizing that I was awake, a young doctor called out to me. Didn't intend to respond, but it seemed my body language had told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had also been treated. My sense of pain also returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all throughout me. Don't try to get up, just stay lying down, please. It seems that you took quite a few blows to the head. I wanted you to stay rested so we can monitor your condition for at least the next 24 hours. Where is this? This is my clinic. Pleased to meet you. My name is Irie. I remember that this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier. Is there somebody here? Where's Oishi-san? I'll call him over. There's no smoking inside the clinic, so I had him smoke outside. Dr. Irie left the room to go call Oishi. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold. The pouring rain had stopped. the voices of the Higurashi heralding the cooling temperature. I felt that the tone of the Higurashi's voice was comforting. Eventually, I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Oishi's. The fog that was enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality. What had happened since then? What had happened to the boy? About the reinforcements from Tokyo. The door to the room flew open, allowing Dr. Irie and Oishi to enter. And there's no serious damage, is there? I can't promise that. I assessed the wound to his head was dangerous the moment I saw it. Got it. Want to have a little chat alone with him for a bit, would you mind? Yeah, go ahead. Call me if anything happens. Oishi, after basically forcing Dr. Irie outside, shut the door. How are you feeling? I did something I'm not used to, so pretty banged up all over. Oishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the bed. Were the perpetrators arrested? Unfortunately, no. They probably already fled the prefecture or are being hidden by the villagers. Well, we won't let them get away. What about the minister's grandson? They're taking care of him at the station. Your colleagues from Tokyo are rather insistent that nothing be recorded. Shige-chan doesn't like that too much. The kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was also probably being kept under wraps. Had a cough? How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, however, it would be covered up, treated like it never happened, be handled by the brass. This case ended without the nation going into an uproar about it, then our job had been done. The possibility that the minister had negotiated with the perpetrators couldn't be ruled out. Something like that was no longer my concern. My role in this case was over. Sorry for the trouble. You must think that public safety is rather unseemly place, don't you? Oh no, we all work on the government's time. Oishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against Oishi, but now that feeling was gone completely. It'd be more convenient for us if this case was handled properly instead of being hidden away. That happened. We'd be able to have something go at the Sonozaki family with. They were behind it all. Well, if we just start poking around, we'll get all sorts of pressure put on us, though. What a mess. You going to continue the fight against the Sonozaki family after this? Nah. There's all sorts of dark rumors swirling around them. It's not like I have a personal grudge. It'd be wise not to step on any toes here. Oishi laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh along. Oh, that's right. There was word at the station from the prefectural police. Colleagues arrived at Nagoya, are driving up here right now. Got your battle scars, so you're being recalled to Tokyo apparently. So that's how it's shaking up. Good job. Work in Okinomiya is safely over. Being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words. Deeply thankful for your cooperation, Oishi-san. Seems the collaboration fee I paid you didn't go to waste. Kinda meant that as a joke, though. Oishi took out his wallet, casually pulled out several large bills and jammed them into the breast pocket of my shirt. This isn't a refund of the collaboration fee, you hear? It's just me gifting you a little spending money. Booze around here is pretty good. Use this to buy yourself a little souvenir. Oishi flashed me a grin. Her injuries turn out to be not too serious. Call me before you head back to Tokyo, will ya? Old man and Sato-san said they'd like to sit at a table with you again. Oh my, can't refuse that. No tricks this time. Some plain old fun. They always say that. Done for if an active officer can cheat that blatantly. Not often that we meet someone who's more than a match for us. It's too bad you're going back to Tokyo. When I heard the words going back to Tokyo from Oishi, I was reminded once again that I was relieved from my duties. Soon, Yukie would be giving birth. Might still be possible to attend the delivery that I had at one time given up on. I thought that the pain from my injuries became trivial. I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yukie at once. Can you pretend your injuries are a bit more serious and hang around Okinomiya for a bit? I can introduce you to a few nice places. Of course, I won't make you pay for everything. I'm terribly sorry, but I'll have to take a rain check on that. My wife is due to give birth any day now. I want to hurry back home. Oh my, oh my. I didn't know that. You shouldn't be hanging around here. You have to hurry back home. All after that, she asked all sorts of questions about my wife, teasing and bantering with me. Well then, how do you feel? You can get up? Yeah, it's not so bad, thanks to you. I can get up and walk no problem. I stood up and shuffled around for a bit, seemed to amuse Oishi. I just thought that you might not feel comfortable at a hospital in Hinamizawa. Dr. Irie said that he wanted you to stay overnight. We still haven't caught the perpetrators. For the time being, this is enemy territory for you after all. Are you saying this hospital isn't safe? Well, Dr. Irie is somebody who's well regarded in the community. I don't think anything will happen while you're here. I'm more worried about your mental health. I had relaxed a bit now that things had progressed this far, but it was exactly as Oishi had said. When I realized that this was enemy territory, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. The only thing left for me to do was leave. The chance that I would come to harm was logically fairly low. That didn't mean I was completely safe. Right. I was going to be lying down, then doing it in a hotel bed won't be all that different. Right. I also think that's for the best. That moment I caught a glimpse of the clock over Oishi's shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I would call Yuki at the hospital were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible that I would soon be back at her side. I want to call Yuki at the hospital. Is there a public phone in the lobby? Newlyweds are all like this. If I recall correctly, there's one by the register. I'll be waiting here. So go ahead. Oishi, laughing while saying that he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette, even though he was in a hospital room. Appreciative at how considerate Oishi was, I set out to the lobby to find the telephone. The lobby was just a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. I thought that this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this, but of course it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yukie was admitted to. Running inside a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. There was nobody else in the lobby. It may have been evening, but there was nobody at the reception desk. Might actually be lucky for me. Been planning to have a conversation to feel guilty about it, but still be embarrassing to have somebody listen to the conversation between me and Yukie. Taking a quick look around, I soon found the payphone. Picking around in my pockets, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling Tokyo so I would burn through this amount fairly quickly. Picked up the receiver and inserted a coin, then dialed the number for Yukie's hospital, which I had completely memorized at this Brr. The number for Yukie's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it inevitably took some time. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but currently, any time was precious. Up, rotary phone then. However, I felt that something was strange as I was dialing in the number. I don't exactly how to put it, but it was if the receiver was too quiet. That unique white noise from the telephone line wasn't there. Oh, oh no. The line's cut. Somehow I felt that I wasn't getting any feedback from the phone. Without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver to try it again. Coin popped out from the return slot. I reinserted the coin and began dialing once again. The receiver was still dead silent. Is it disconnected? Why is wasting time like this? The amount I had to spend talking with Yuki had shrunk. I began to feel needlessly impatient. Excuse me. I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. There was an immediate response, and a man who seemed like a pharmacist came over. Yes, how can I help you? Pardon me, this phone seems to be acting a little strange. Can you take a look at it? The man came over and tried testing various things with the receiver pressed to his ear. Think of this. This is someone who worked at the hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about phones, neither would he. Huh? This? The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed. Yep. 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 I knew that was... What the heck is that? This is a dilly of a pickle. Can't do anything with this until somebody from the phone company comes and fixes it. You're looking for a phone. Do you want to use the one in the office? I want the people in the hospital around. I was talking. Is there another payphone close by? See, if you leave here and follow the road, you'll come out into the shopping district. I think there's a smoke shop on the corner around there. Head that way, you should be able to find one soon enough. I was dressed in a hospital gown, wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I was not dressed to be wandering outside. That's where the impetuousness of youth came in. Using the chance to talk to Yuki for even a little longer, I headed outside in my current state. Following the road to the shopping district, to be able to find one soon enough. Only those two lines as my guide. I ran outside the gates of the hospital. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Okay. With the village nestled in the valley, when the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sparse streetlights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, known for the time their chorus was soon at a close, doubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as the person at the hospital had suggested. Still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Like just getting further away. Just as I was about to be crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop on the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. The joy spurred me onwards. Just as I had heard at the hospital, that next to the counter of the cigarette shop was an antiquated payphone. I wasn't wearing a watch, so I didn't know what time it was. I probably didn't have much time left, though. But it was enough. As long as I could tell Yuki my job was done and I would be coming home soon. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. But I felt that something was strange, just like at the hospital. The line there's going to be cut too. Even after inserting the coin, the phone showed no response. I hung up the receiver and tried putting in the coin one more time. But there was absolutely no response. The phone was dead. Couldn't it be? In that, I felt a cord along the protruded from the back of the phone. Doing that, my hands found the end of a completely severed line. What is this? Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. It seemed that the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some sort. And I may be mistaken. It didn't look like much time had passed since it was cut. Excuse me. Hello? Opening up the booth window of the tobacco shop, I looked for someone in the dimly lit interior. Eventually, there were the sounds of somebody plodding down some stairs, and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding and lethargic steps, for some reason, served to make me more frantic. Some cigarettes? I need to get my husband. I'm not here to buy cigarettes. Rather, this phone here. Realizing that saying the phone was broken and asking them to take a look at it was going to get me nowhere, I swallowed back my words. Sorry, it seems that this phone is broken, and I was wondering if you could tell me where there's another payphone. The lady moved her jaw up and wore it down slowly as if chewing on the meaning of my words. It seemed that she wouldn't understand until she had digested things thoroughly. Phone is broken. The jelly of a pickle. Try another payphone. Wait. They're using the same phrase. The same expression. Jelly of a pickle. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like what it means. See, this is when you go back to the hospital and you're like, hey, Oishi, we should go.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best wagon dragon in a wagon you could meet.
Thank you very much for the follow, Orange Onion. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy and sit back and enjoy the rest of the stream. The old lady directed me to another payphone that seemed quite a ways away. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started to get impatient. At that moment, I spotted a clock in the dim interior of the store. Oh, hello, Chuny girl. Oh, hello. Been a while. Minute hand was just about to point straight up. Even if there was a phone right here that I could use, I would only be able to tell Yuki a good night with the time I had left. Hold on a moment. Okay, sorry. Family pets are being obnoxious. So, anyway, we're good now. Should be. Of course, I say that, and then something else is going to happen. Anyway. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone, which I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was in a normal state of mind, deciding to give up the phone today would have been the natural thought process. But at that moment, I had become somewhat stubborn for some reason. Unable to use the phone in the hospital, coming out here and still being unable to use one. There was no mistaking that I had become quite insistent on using the phone. Thank you very much. I'll try looking for that phone booth. Using her offer to draw me a map, I left the tobacco shop. According to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I'll admit that I was quite steadfast about calling Yukie. But there were days when I was tired or busy when I wouldn't call her. But today, my entire body was covered with injuries and I was dead tired. Top of that, there wasn't much time left. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of the days I didn't call her. But, having twice been foiled trying to call her, had I become hot-headed about it? I like a dog who's being told to stay with a piece of food dangling in my face. What am I doing? And so I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach. It was like that with the hospital phone, and the same with the one at the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not severed from being frayed by long years of use. Clean cuts indicate that someone had taken something sharp and deliberately cut them. Who and for what reason? I feel like he's being lured out. To, some payphone in a very distant location. The more I thought about it, the uneasier I felt, so I tried to push the thought aside. Much had I run so far? Scenery around me was no longer that of a shopping district, residential buildings scattered about the lonely road. Surroundings had already grown dark. I was blatantly out too far for a quick phone call. It was quite obvious I was far removed from the hospital. I recalled the clock I saw at the tobacco shop. Might almost be time. I had run for quite a bit, so my breathing had grown quite ragged. I just wanted to hear Yukie's voice. I should have just thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. Regretted it a little. Then, about time to give up? It's when I thought that. Saw the light in front of me. I'd finally found it. The phone booth. It seemed that the light in the phone booth had recently been changed so it shone with a vivid white light. Though in the gloom of Hinamizawa was nothing more than a gathering spot for moths. In any case, I had finally found it. My hand touched the door of the phone booth. I realized that I was breathing and sweating heavily. Didn't know what time it was right now. Even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yukie. Since I had spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try was out of the question. Before I picked up the receiver, another wave of uneasiness washed over me. I was worried that this phone cord might be severed as well. Yes, I know. I have a new model I got on. I debuted it on last month on 13th. Yes, I'm very happy with it. And now I'm blinking. Blink, blink, blink. Cracking on my eyes just a little bit. Neat. Why must my eye tracking be so obnoxious? I was worried that this phone cord might be severed as well. The cord in this phone booth. Going down, I followed the bundle of cables as they ran along the corner and ceiling. Glanced, nothing was out of the ordinary. I ran my fingers as far as I could along the line to check it out. The thing that I found was a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of the ordinary. Wondered if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut the cords of payphones as some sort of tasteless prank. Might be prudent to talk with Oishi-san about this later. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. In any case, this one was fine this time. Pulling out a coin from my pocket with one hand, I picked up the receiver with the other. This time, before the receiver even reached my ear, I felt something was off. The receiver, light. It was more than a slight, the unpleasant feeling it felt almost sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered at the receiver in my hand with a measure of reluctance. The hell is this? Coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, the tip of the cable swaying in the air. Oh, goody. It was all I could to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. It was a type of dread. At that moment, I heard the crunch of somebody stepping on the gravel. The light was reflecting off the glass walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see outside into the darkness. If it's Rika, oh my gosh. I sealed myself and stepped out of the phone booth. The inside of the booth was lit with that strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I could feel a chill wash over me. There was the silhouette of a person. Small silhouette. It's freaking Rika, isn't it? You're... The long hair of that silhouette was blown about by the cool breeze. Yep, 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 yep. Just... Injured people shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. I didn't have any basis for it, but I knew she was that girl. Right, Akasaka? She, Riki Furude, said that almost like it was a warning. You do this to the phone cord? Her expression remained unchanged. My question was left unanswered. In other words, no response. Regardless, I felt that she had affirmed my suspicions. Why would you do something like this? Why? The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem very afraid. There's nothing that can be done. Huh? I interpreted her words as meaning that I wasn't going to be in time for calling hours at the hospital. I feel like that might not be what you should be worried about right now. But thinking about it, that would have been a strange thing to say. How would she know something like that? To take what she had said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not even moving an inch. Almost to the point that if the wind wasn't occasionally rustling through her long hair, there would be the illusion that time had stopped. I know very well that you think I'm disgusting, Akasaka. Huh? No, that's not true. My denial came out almost like a bad piece composed for a poetry slam. But her words were right on the mark. I had always felt something ominous and uncanny about her. Ever since her strange threats at the shrine. She had noticed that my expression was contrary to my words, me laughing at the gap between them. Akasaka, coward. Oh no. She's got the face. I'm not a coward. Being laughed at by the small child didn't sit well with me. I said that. Even if you find another phone, it's too late. That's right. You didn't even have to say it. It's absolutely too late. Mandatory missed calling hours, even by the time I reached this phone booth. It was too late. No option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with the phone suddenly faded. Even I thought it was strange that I was that obsessed. That strange obsession now gone, I began to laugh at how hopeless I was. And just look at what I was wearing, it wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals. My head wrapped in bandages and my body completely soaked in sweat. No wonder that the old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. Wanting to hear Yukie's voice as my motive, I had traipsed around the town the entire evening. Didn't know whether to call it the follies of youth or simply plain embarrassing. In any case, it was all I could do but to laugh at myself. Now, there's nothing left for Akasaka to do tonight. Right, there's nothing. Just quietly returned to the hospital. That's fine. Do you know the way? I hope I do. She waved her little hand as I began to head back the way I came. She began to follow alongside me. Looking at her face, I could see that she wore a mischievous smile, as if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost. Rika-chan's house this way? It is. Would your parents be mad that you're walking around alone at this hour? Not really. My parents are busy today. They probably forgot about me. Even then, it's best if you head on home. They'll definitely be angry. Even if they are, it's much more interesting to talk with Akasaka. Fine. He said that with a face free from worry as he looked up at me once more and smiled. When she showed me that smile, eerie feelings surrounding her faded. But even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. We arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier. It was much darker than before. The point of view changed to the return trip. I wasn't very confident that this was actually the corner I turned at. It's not a mistake. It had to be this corner. I began to move my feet again. The girl grabbed onto my clothes. Isn't Akasaka going back to the hospital? Or at least I intend to. Am I going the wrong way? Short moment of silence. Eventually, still holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on. The person who was running around cutting all the phone cords was you, wasn't it, Rika-chan? Shouldn't do that anymore. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Really? She tried to play dumb, but it was written all over her face. Nipa! It was obvious she was trying to laugh it off. That adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. I'm going to be a horrible father, aren't I? That momentary lapse in intention was erased by her next words. It's good that they found the grandson safe and sound. Unable to respond right away, I sunk into silence. I'd already learned this from Sato-san's info, didn't I? This girl, No, this entire village knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb. But in the end, I chose not to. Everything being known already, there's no point in me feigning ignorance. Somehow. It's great. Now you can go back to Tokyo. Thank you. Are your injuries bad, Akasaka? No, I haven't heard anything from the doctor yet, so I don't know if they are or not. Huh? To think of it, I vaguely remembered being told to lie down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Did that mean bed rest? Normally, yes. Also, it means not to run around, running around if... Well, just, no, it's not a good idea. He's gonna reopen his wound, isn't he? He's just reopened his wound, didn't he? And he's... some wound or something. The wounded shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. People shouldn't be cutting phone cords. Beep. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about either. As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. If somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips. The chances of Akasaka leaving this village alive weren't very high. You don't want Akasaka to die. I'm glad you're leaving the village alive. Chan, did you know what I was right from the beginning? She said nothing but gave a firm nod. Well then, I think you know this. Oh wait, it's Himatsubushi. Well then, I think you know this, but we're probably somewhat of an enemy to the people in this village, I would think. Still gave me lots of warnings. Right, he said it at the time. Wouldn't warn somebody that she was okay with dying. Definitely said something like that. Then I should probably be thanking you. Probably should. Your savior. Saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. She said it jokingly, but the meaning behind those words was quite heavy. That was because whether I lived or died was a decision that might have been made in a place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. The Defense Alliance's office was there. Stone steps leading up to the Furude Shrine. When I passed by before, I was so focused on finding a phone booth, I hadn't realized where I was. If I recall correctly, this shrine is Rika-chan's house, right? Yeah, something like that. Looking up at the shrine grounds, it was brightly lit and energetic voices could be heard. What's going on? There's a festival today. Festival? Best and only festival in Hinamizawa. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wachanagashi. Wachanagashi Festival. Oh.
No, 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 no,
That's all I got to say.
no!
Wachanagashi? Cotton drifting? Just knowing the name is boring. You want to take a look? He asked bluntly. Seeing that I looked interested, she climbed up a couple of steps and motioned for me to come. I was only going to go back and sleep anyways. If I had nothing else to do, it might not be a bad idea to go with her on a little detour. The hostile territory that was this village I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Oishi. And though I thought that the village like that, I was with this girl, I forgot all about it. In any case, even without anything to back it up, I felt that as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. That's why even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of the ODA's territory. It's just Wei-chan. Climbing up to the grounds of the shrine, I could see there was about 3 pavilions set up, meeting tables and folding chairs. The old folks from the village, no, the executives of the Defense Alliance, were already quite drunkenly sharing another round of drinks. I could only see it as people from the village council drinking while enjoying the evening air. At the very least, it was certainly quite different than any festival I'd ever seen. See? Quite a boring festival, isn't it? Certainly doesn't look like a festival. It's a festival that's happened since long ago. As you can see, not like it used to be. If to chide the old folk, he said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. You really couldn't call this a festival anymore. It was just a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival. I feel sorry for the deity being celebrated here. Give this our excuse for a festival 5 or 6 more years. It's our excuse for a festival 5 or 6 more years. Everybody in the village will start coming. I just heard this thing. The ceremony will also be done properly. It'll be a respectable festival again. What she said was not so much wishful thinking, as it was the telling of a future that had already been determined. Wasn't even predicting it. Almost like she was simply reporting the results. How it sounded. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. It was the same way she talked when she changed. While I struggled to find the words to reply to her, I wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. In a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Passing through a copse of pine trees, a strong and cool breeze ruffled my hair. There from that one evening, the splendid observation platform the girl had shown me. It had grown completely dark. The modest lights littered across the nightscape were providing a different type of scenery. Looking at it like this village seems tranquil. She said that with an indifferent look on her face. Just the other day, you said that this village definitely wouldn't be submerged by the dam, didn't you? Didn't reply, seemingly relishing in the feeling that the wind blowing through her hair. Didn't that mean at that point in time the minister had already complied with the demands? She spun around, her gaze meeting mine. She said nothing. She spoke nothing that would neither confirm nor deny what I had just said. This case remained shrouded in darkness. Porters probably doesn't want trouble from a scandal with the minister breaking out. No mistake that they threatened to kill the grandchild. And negotiations with the minister were successful. The grandson was released. The one who saved the grandson was you. Wonder about that. Discovery of that wallet that started this chain of events. That alone was almost too convenient, I think. Ever since the moment that wallet was discovered, I felt something was odd. Lishi said it as well. The Sonozaki family had given the order to release the hostage. meaning that our little manhunt was a farce to begin with. Come to think of it, I was punched, kicked, and had a gun pointed at me. I felt like they put up quite a fight, but that might have been all part of a good performance. The negotiations were successful. They couldn't just say, "Here you go," and return the minister's grandson right to his doorstep. They knew that public safety had realized that this was a kidnapping case. We're moving in on it. That's why, due to the actions of public safety, grandson was able to be rescued safely. So the minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. The type of performance was necessary. I don't know about these difficult things. Likewise, for me, I can't make much sense of it. There's one thing I can be certain of. It's just as you said. This village won't be submerged. The dam project will soon be over. Wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying, but I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. This village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble. But that was because they were protecting their homes. Someone just decided by themselves that I had to leave the house I was used to living in, would resent them as well. On top of that, it wasn't a place like mine where I just happened to be renting it, but a place that their families had lived for generations. It might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. I might not really be qualified to criticize politics or bureaucracy, but deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind. Aren't you glad? Why would that be? At the very least of this, peace will return to this village. Even though the minister promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it would be completely scrapped. At the very least, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. For the villagers to officially hear that their village wasn't going to be submerged at the bottom of a dam was still a ways away. It was no mistake that the promise of peace returning to the village was there. It turned out, from beginning to end, that it had already been decided. So the girl had said, decided. There wasn't really a need for me to come here in the first place. There was absolutely no need for me to have come here and aggravate an unpleasant situation. If I had never come here then, grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable manner. Peace? This village? When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me, but her face remained indifferent, expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered. Even though every year from now, something bloody will occur? Hee. Rika-chan, what are you talking about? As the wind blew her hair about, the girl, as if taking pleasure in what I was the only one who didn't know, continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while. You see, 2 years, I'll be killed. Huh? Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression that had been cast in the shadow was smiling, amused, resigned. You are? Why? Very unpleasant thing, though. Also probably been decided already. Decided already? Who would decide that sort of thing? I'd like to know that as well. Turning back to face me, she showed me a resolute expression for the first time. And after staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before she spoke her next words. There's a lot of people who have no regard for human life. Even if I tell you this, it might not change anything, though. You want to erase the specter of death. Sometimes, like with the reflection of the moon on the water, all you have to do is throw a small stone. I had no idea what she was trying to say. Just, I had to listen with every word with my body and soul, or at least that's what I thought. This day, next year, yes, June 1979, on this day, foreman of the dam construction project will be killed. What? For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. By the foreman, do you mean that gruff old man I played mahjong with? Be killed? What makes you think? He didn't answer. But she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared that the dam project would go away. That wasn't the face of somebody making a forecast or a prediction. It was something that was already decided. No. It was as if she was already reporting the results. That sort of expression. You're being killed in a gruesome manner. The body will be torn apart and disposed of. Murdered and dismembered. The next year, June of 1980, on this day, the Toko's parents will be pushed to their deaths. The Toko. First time I heard that name, but I didn't have the courage to interrupt the girl's story. Might be an accident. Unfortunate accident. The girl smiled faintly. She wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile along with the lifeless look in her eyes. Then, the year after that, this day, in June of 1981, my parents will be killed. Then the year after that, this day, in June of 1982, the Toko's abusive aunt will have her head split open and die. And then the year after that, this day in June of 1983, possibly a few days afterwards, I will be killed. If all the deaths are preordained, the last one would also be all according to plan. Then whose plan would it be? This village is full of murderers and people who have no regard for human life. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths up to 1982 would be the work of somebody in the village. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths that would occur were at the discretion of those who control the village. But that didn't explain what would happen in 1983. There was no way that the last death would fit in with anybody's plans. They had no regard for human life. They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals. But their goals were at odds with the last death. That's what the last death was unrelated to them. But that last death would definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen. Probably, definitely, I dare say. The last death would be a merciful one. A handkerchief or something placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness, never to wake up again. Exactly whose plan was that? I want to live happily. That's my only wish. Surrounded by my precious friends, spending our days enjoyably. Only that. Don't wish for anything more than that. Rika-chan. Don't want to die. The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip in the end. Eventually, we're discovered by some drunks. The girl as well as I were dragged back to the festivities. Everybody was completely drunk. Even when they saw my head completely wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. Well, certainly if I was in good enough condition to slip out of the hospital, it must not be that serious. The girl was mingling with everybody, being pampered like a kitten. Her expression was adorable, nothing like the one from just before, predicting her own death and whispering that she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it was hard to believe that these people were the core of an extremist resistance group. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered. The 20-some-odd folk here should have included some of the village executives and other important members. Among those, there was no doubt that there were members that were at the Sonozaki Family Council in attendance. Meaning, even if we never met face to face before, there were people here who knew my identity. In a small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here. That's why, without even saying anything, it soon became obvious that I was an outsider. They actually seemed interested by that, asking me all sorts of questions about Tokyo, drinking while musing on the faint relationships in the city had with the villagers and empathizing with the rather meager environment. Confidential talks with the minister were finished. His grandson was in police custody. Everything was over. I might not have to be put in another perilous situation. Me, they were only my adversaries because of my job. Outside of that, there was no reason I couldn't be friendly with them. Next time I visited this village, it returned to being a tranquil and beautiful place. If that happened, I might be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup was once again filled to the brim with beer. By the time I was able to get away, it was the middle of the night. The girl had at some point disappeared. It seemed that her parents had told her to go home and sleep when she let out a large yawn. The old folks, who had absolutely no remorse for making an injured person hang out with them, told me as much as they laughed. I was just there drinking. I had thought to help a bit with cleanup. However, my help was refused on the grounds that I was a guest. On top of that, they had a car prepared to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot of the hospital. The front of the door of the hospital was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered around blindly searching for a back entrance until somebody on night duty found and let me inside. Why are you this late at night? Dr. Iria was worried, you know. Sorry for the trouble. I was held up by the people having a festival at the shrine. Oh, they did say something about everyone in the town council getting together for a drink. My condolences. Are your wounds all right? They're throbbing a bit. Probably because of the alcohol, I think. Oh, that's right. The detective that was with you wanted to get in touch. Oops. Kept Oishi-san waiting. I glanced at the clock. No matter how you looked at it, it was way too late to call him now. Apologize to him tomorrow over the phone. I returned back to my hospital room and slipped into the bed that was still unmade from the time I went outside. That's no good. To turn off the lights. My weariness had cut the cord powering my body, lulling me into a deep sleep. You have received new tips, mother. Mother's diary. There was something I didn't like about my child. I first realized it when I started writing these things down. They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. They aren't able to feel loved even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to do. Parents are failures. This wasn't something like that, though. How can I say it? It's probably harder to express with mere words. I just might want my child to be average. As they aren't falling behind, there wasn't any need for them to excel at something. As long as they acted appropriately for their age, I would have been fine with it. My child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in our class were running around in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. The other kids broke the equipment for the athletics festival and were apologizing fervently. She only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat a delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that if the affirmation situations happened again, they'd now act in a manner befitting their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. Why were they indifferent about that field trip, happy about this one? Were they indifferent about that picture, but happy about this one? Were they indifferent about that bento, but happy about this one? The former and the latter in each situation seemed exactly the same to me. There were even times when I thought the former one was better. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing. I would always respond that I don't understand my own child, and we would mope together. My husband, always the optimist, once said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's. If there are some things we didn't understand, we should worry about it. I lament his lack of urgency. One day, when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu that my child would enjoy. But she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. That attitude frankly made me angry. I hit her on the head. On a day when the weather was nice, the laundry I just hung out to dry was blown by a large gust of wind, causing the entire line to fall down. But she, watching me trying to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there laughing. That attitude frankly made me angry. I hit her on the head. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. I regret the fact I have been a bad mother. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back little by little with some light interactions. Seeing her do some sort of craft work on the veranda, I called out to her. These past few days have been nice and sunny. The air feels nice, doesn't it? That child with the indifferent look on her face I hated so much looked at me for a moment, then without a word returned to immersing herself in her craft work. Until now, I would have hit her on the head just for that. I held myself back. What are you making? Is it a doll? Weather charm. The child was using inserts from the newspaper to deftly make some weather charms. Forecast hadn't called for rain. That child, in her own way, was praying that these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, couldn't hide my own happiness. Bring out a ball of yarn, began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the house. It's no good, Rika. The heads are too heavy, see? Become reverse weather charms now. If they're like this, they'll call the rain instead of the sun. When I started to take them down, my child tugged at the hem of my shirt as if to stop me. That's because I made them to be upside down. They're fine. But, Rika, if they're upside down, they won't be a charm that calls for a sunny day, you know? I was making a charm for it to rain. They're fine. I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside of me. I was trying desperately to understand my child. Oh, I see. The morning glories in the garden were starting to get a little wilted from all the sun. So you wanted some rain, right? That child turned to me with the expression that I hated the most. I got bored at the clear weather. Don't understand. Don't understand. Just can't understand that child. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to just... Second. Something that's... just... out here. Should just take a second. Alright. Now return. Gadoosh. There we go. Sorry, my crazy blinking was more like twitching, frankly. It's probably going... It's getting worse, I think. I need a better webcam, I'm guessing, maybe. Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Okay. During the family council, she buried herself under Orio's futon again. Orio's dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter whatever insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child is a kitten or something. Tend to have the lower eye trackings, but only tracks one for less weird eye tracking, less taxing on the PC. Yeah. It would honestly probably not be... It would probably be fine, maybe, if I didn't have the glasses, so... I may have to figure... I could probably do for an upgrade on my phone, I guess, depending on stuff, but, and then I could maybe see about, like, using my, phone for tracking. Because I know apparently that's, like, the best. Even if I was using, even with, Android phones or whatever, there's now stuff that it's Like it's all apparently really good and solid. Just for the camera for VTubing and have a different personal phone. Oh, okay. Hmm. Yeah, I imagine even maybe like an iPhone or whatever before that. Uh, like I know I was like I can't. I just don't like iPhones. I just use Android or whatever. But they apparently do have like there's at least, I'm sure it's not as good on like the software stuff, but like it's gotten a lot better. So it would probably still do better than maybe than if I was using standard webcam. Like that side up. Yeah. Also, it's like I have all my stuff, but like for it could go like through Android, okay? Which I know is always one of the things I don't like about stuff, where it's all like, I don't recommend it, and they're kind of skimping on the camera with it. Hmm. That's good to know. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that they're why people use the older phones. Plus, it's in like 2000. Oh yeah, yeah. It's just they're just too expensive. It's a lot of Apple things. It's just sort of like they're so expensive. Everything, and they have their own separate things. Because you run into all the compatibility stuff. Yeah, call that crap. For the name, I'm probably gonna see about. Hmm. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, frankly. Of using it accepting that some heavily used phone or whatever, but just like the camera still works good. Because you would just need to be access it through Wi-Fi, right? I probably accidentally don't have too much stuff on my model, so I'm pleased. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna get it. Like, I probably need to get like or whatever. I just probably an Android, but I'm sure it'll like. I'm sure I can figure out some way to use it as my webcam, opposed to what I currently got. All right. Well, I guess it just means you would have to make sure you keep it plugged in while you're doing it. I don't necessarily mind. I use a tablet to keep an eye on chat, but I just know to keep it I just keep it plugged in while I'm doing that. So, like right now, I have it off to the side. On real recorded that I plug. That's a clever way to do it. I imagine I could probably do that with other stuff too. Honest. Just anything that you could potentially plug in or whatever. But it's just something like. As her mother, I chided her for doing that. Oyo-san had said 3 times that it was fine. I chided her as a formality, for she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Oyo's standing was far above mine, she behaves like that. Don't like the cunning that's unbefitting of her age either. In any case, our Oyo-san, the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day I was surprised. A chance on the way back from shopping, I saw her by herself just outside a candy shop. Mon-cha had suddenly grabbed a snack, the package right there and then, and started eating it. Didn't make any attempt to pay for it. She didn't even think of looking around. Didn't feel like she was shoplifting, more like she was brazenly eating snacks that was offered to her. When I began to admonish my child, the elderly shop owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave the ridiculous excuse that he had said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks out by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for the snacks that my child had eaten, the owner refused my money. During that exchange, more old folks had suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people all put their hands together reverently in front of my child and repeatedly voiced their respects. I was born into the Furude family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated specially. When I was still young, it was something I heard often from my grandmother. If by chance the child that I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. All the older folk believe she's the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Spoil her rotten. Not only did they spoil her, but they even told her she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, that she had a divine power, and threw all sorts of strange folktales her way, so she may have begun to believe herself that she was a special existence. I went around and told everybody that it wasn't good for her upbringing to stop tell her all these strange things. There was no unrooting the old elderly people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen to them, but it ended up being that she stopped listening to me. I'm sure she didn't listen. I'm sure it's has nothing to do with your other the other things. I'm sure it's not because nothing to do with it. Clearly, the other people that are at fault. Between all the old folks in the village, would dote on her and myself who only scolded her, there was no wonder who she would listen to. There was no mistaking that the reason she had become strange was because of the elderly villagers. There was no doubt they had shoved her full of strange folk tales and superstitions since she was young. If it wasn't for that, no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. One sunny parent-teacher day, there was a cooking class and my child was making curry rice with a practiced hand. All the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives. That child was wielding hers deftly. The teacher approached me with a smile on her face, saying it must be a result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a vague smile and a nod in response, because I had never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Aha! Even then, she was peeling vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them into the pot in the order of which took longer to cook. For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together happy at their child's actions, but in my case, it was different. There was no mistaking that somebody had taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I quietly fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked, it seemed she could also sew and do the laundry. I had never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it around the house. Yet cooking or sewing of the laundry? Again, that was probably because the elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I wasn't looking. Wait, so knowing how to do things is rubbish? Not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her up as the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I said as much to my husband, suggesting that we should keep our child away from the elderly folk. Oh, thank you for treating Darjeeling. Wait, did he not do anything? Oh, okay, we're good. But my husband, who was in position of being the head priest at the Furude Shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. He took the rather uncommitted stance of saying that as long as she was being doted upon, wasn't it fine? I argued against that. She was our child, and she should be a completely normal girl. But what the elders were expecting, she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was simply odd. The elderly villagers believed that child has divine powers. We discussed the weather for the following day. There were many times when I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Rather than having clairvoyance, it was just secondhand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things that she knew that should have known were just a result of the people who were trying to indoctrinate her, and the people who were gossiping getting together in the village. However, there certainly were days when everybody thought it was going to be sunny all day. That child would stubbornly not go out without an umbrella. It would occasionally rain, and in the end, we would be saved. There had also been times where Rika knew of major accidents in foreign countries faster than the news did. I thought that she must have heard it break over the radio or something. One thing she shouldn't have. Something like that. It's in front of me right now, wasn't it? The child was making curry rice when there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her how to. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Somebody had taught her, indoctrinated her. Have you considered asking the child? When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody had indoctrinated Rika with something. Nisan's curry is absolutely splendid. I'll give it a gold star. Nipa! Where did you learn to cook Furude-san? At home? Yes, at home. The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies, all lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the person who had completely indoctrinated my child? It was my normal average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Alright, I believe this is the last chapter. But let's do this thing. Leroy Jenkins. Midsummer, 1985. Sir. We're preparing to land. Excuse me, but will you please fasten your seatbelt? Seemed I had fallen fast asleep inside the plane, but was finally awoken from my slumber by the stewardess. I only had carry-on luggage on top of it being a domestic flight. The time between disembarking and entering the lobby was almost non-existent. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around looking for Oishi. Was met with a familiar gruff voice calling out to me. Akasaka-san! Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? Been a while, hasn't it? Oishi-san, it has been a long time. Oishi clapped his hand down on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion. Akasaka-san, you're looking pretty good. Look like a bona fide frontline investigator now. You're looking quite dapper yourself. Your posture seems a lot better. Is the ballroom dancing paying off? You should give it a try while you're still young. Be a hit with the ladies. Real babe magnet. She had retired and moved to Sapporo. And of all things, he had started taking ballroom dancing lessons. He had apparently gotten really into it, and had decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to that hobby. He was aiming to get his instructor's qualifications before he hit 80, to live out his old age dandily. I let myself into Oishi's car, and we headed out towards the hot spring inn. Yes, we have the sax. We have sax, you could call it. We're having sax therapy. Ba-dum-tsh. The saxophone. I make funny. I'd originally intended to crash at Oishi's place, but Oishi was quite obstinate that his home wasn't suitable for that, what came to this. At the end, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs, reminiscing about the time we played mahjong together in Hinamizawa. It seemed that to celebrate our reunion, Oishi had looked for people who could play. Unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we finally recounted our exploits during the final manhunt. They end up catching those two guys? Nope. In the end, the search team never found them. They're probably hidden by the villagers, sent overseas or somewhere else far away to lay low for a bit. Son, if I remember correctly, you managed to grab one of their guns, didn't you? You learn anything from that? It was a Chinese-made military pistol, probably from the ones the gangs in Kansai managed to smuggle in a ton of. Tried to get a match from the rifling, but it doesn't show up in any other cases. Oh no. It has come back to bite. Why must my actions always have consequences? And I already see that's got the notification of this. Okay, yep. I deserve that. I deserve that. Tried to get a match from the rifling, but it didn't show up in any other cases. About on your end? That I was removed from the front line, so I don't know much. In the end, it seems like everything was settled under the veil of secrecy. Oishi smiled wryly as he slipped into his chilled drink. Happened after that sure was tough, huh? Be 7 years now? Yeah. We held the memorial service a few days ago. Oh no. Something happened during the... Oh no. I'm estranged with my father-in-law lately. It was rough getting everything ready. It's been a lot of work. It was then that the hostess brought in extra drinks that we had ordered before. While the bottles of beer clanked as she brought them in, we halted our conversation. If she meant what he said, it must have been tough. Thinking about it was still hard, but time had healed the wound. It was the day after, when I phoned Oishi to apologize. When I did, Oishi almost immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl, the suspects but I disappeared during late in the night, without leaving any sort of contact information, so I thought he'd definitely be mad. However, all he said was that it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, that I should come to the station as soon as possible. At the time, I could only think that he must have been really pissed off. But when I arrived at the station, he said this. It seems your wife was involved in an accident. No idea what happened. I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yukie was staying at. Being given the runaround several times. Finally able to talk to someone in charge, and after mincing words for quite some time, they told me. Akasaka was killed in an accident. The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. His death was unbelievably abrupt, believably sudden. Could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth. His death wasn't anything like that. The stairs at the way up to the roof just happened to slip, fall. And she just happened to fall in an unfortunate place at an unfortunate angle. That was it. And to blame Yukie's death on somebody, I began to think that it was an act of revenge by the Defense Alliance, that they killed my wife and made it look like an accident. When I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. Yukie had a habit of going up to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Even late in our pregnancy, the evening came, she would always head up there. Her father had always said for her not to push herself, but Yukie insisted that until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed, she should be allowed to do as she wished. For I had never once seen Yukie go up to the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited her, she would spend that time with me instead. I heard the reason why Yukie went up to the roof from a nurse she had become friendly with. He had said that her husband was away on business a lot of the time, that whenever she called, he was able to cheer him up and give him courage. When he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Her husband might put on a show of bravado, but in reality, he grew lonesome pathetically fast. He was probably just the same. Whenever he left for business, not clear when he'd be back, she felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why, whenever he went far away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call, at the very least, she felt that standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. That moment, I remembered the words that girl had told me, that it was best that I go back to Tokyo right now away. Otherwise, there would be something I'd regret horribly. Yes, that's it. I was away on business that day. Yukie had headed up to the roof. Had I known that this would have been the result, had I done as the girl had said and dropped everything to head back to Tokyo, I might have been with Yukie on the day she died. If I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of the 3rd day of my trip. Yeah. It was right before the time I had the sudden urge to hear Yukie's voice and ran around the village trying to find a phone. The girl had gone around and cut all the phone cords. If he hadn't and I had made that call, I would have undoubtedly learned of Yukie's death at the time and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the cords were cut, it only put me off learning of Yukie's death by that one evening. In the end, I had learned of it the next morning. However, when I managed to put my emotions in order, I realized it was that girl's small token of consideration. First I've heard about that. Yeah. First time I've talked about it. Could it have been a coincidence? He doesn't have any special powers or anything. Aren't you the one who told me Noishi-san? that she might be the reincarnation of the god called Oishiro-sama. Oh yeah, folks in the village believed that Furude had divine powers. Divine powers? She had really said it was a kind of joke. Realizing that I was serious, he slumped his shoulders. I don't know if it's the truth or not. They said she did things like prophesize the future, talk about things she should have no way of knowing. That she was clairvoyant, was divine revelation, all sorts of things. Of course, they couldn't give specific examples, though. They prophesied Yukie's accident. When she tried to laugh it off, but out of my respect to my deceased wife, he kept it restrained. That mean an active and capable investigator from the Metropolitan Police Department believes in divine powers and curses? Hearing him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course, I had no intention of believing such odd things. But I could only say that because he didn't know what I did. Since I met that other girl who both was and wasn't Rika Furude, I couldn't deny the existence of any otherworldly entity. Of course, I can't deny that it might not have been prescience, but rather a warning. Not pre-science, but a warning. What that girl has said, warning about Yukie's accident, things became much easier to understand. Basically, the line of thinking became that it was a threat. Because I didn't go back to Tokyo, my wife was killed in a way that made it look like an accident. Satisfied with the investigation into your wife's accident? Of course, I suspected foul play. I pored over the results, then carried out my own personal investigation. Weren't any witnesses to Yukie's fall. There was the possibility that somebody had hidden, waiting to push Yukie down the stairs. But the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I wasn't able to find anything suspicious. In the end, after my personal investigation, I can't think that anything else happened other than a simple accident. Of course, these were the guys that took the minister's grandson hostage. It'd be impossible for them to push a lone pregnant woman down the stairs without leaving any evidence. His expression had completely sobered up. They murdered your wife? When Yukie died, I thought that as well. More precisely, I wanted to blame somebody. I created the most viable scapegoat. Without any clear evidence, that violent notion faded along with the wounds in my heart. Did that girl know beforehand about my wife's death and was threatening me? Or did she prophesize that death and was offering me a road to salvation? If I had to choose between the two, I would tend towards the latter. He smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his bottle. And if I may, you say it's true. Rika Furude was a prophet who knew the future. So, why didn't she predict that disaster? If she knew that the gas eruption was going to happen, why did she remain silent? Even a few hours beforehand would have been enough. The village knew. Most of the people would have escaped without dying. It was near the end of June 1983. Volcanic gases from the Onagafuchi swamp erupted and hit the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. It caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact over any reports of odd smells. I hadn't heard of the blockade on the Hinamizawa area being lifted, but should still be cordoned off. That's my turn to be lost for a response. Well, Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Oishiro-sama, was killed, and the village might have incurred the god's wrath. Him called forth the miasma from the swamp to kill everyone. That explanation is what the survivors are whispering about. Sorry, Oishi-san. Did you just say she was killed? Huh? Yeah. I don't think it would be a problem if I told you. When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered that girl. I then found her name in the list of victims. That's why at the time I thought her death she had predicted was due to the gas. It was after that that I learned from the tabloids of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oishiro-sama. And that string of mysterious deaths lined up with exactly what that girl had predicted. So I'd always thought to ask Oishi about it, as he had been involved with the investigation. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion. Right now, Oishi had said, if Furude didn't die in the disaster, was killed. Can I ask you about the last year of the curse? I may be retired, but I still have to keep things confidential, you know. Excuse me, madame. Have anything cold that's brewed locally? High grade, if there is. I'll leave the selection to you. I didn't mean it that way. He laughed loudly, not wholly unsatisfied, and stopped the hostess to tell her that the cheap booze was fine. I know as much was written in those magazines, but I don't know anything about the curse that happened the year of the disaster. The entire area around Hinamizawa was sealed off, you see. Much of an investigation that could be done on the last year of the curse. And after several years, the quarantine is lifted. Villagers are mostly dead. What few survivors there were mostly went to stay with relatives, their whereabouts mostly unknown. It's a complete dead end. He seemed to postulate to himself as he stared at the ceiling, as if trying to work out a memory from rusty cogs in his head. Then he said in a completely sober voice, Magazines made it seem like the curse of the 5th year was that disaster. The actual curse really happened on the day of the Watanagashi festival. A photographer by the name of Jiro Tomatake. He was the victim. She gestured about how the victim tore out his own throat with his fingernails as he talked. The burnt corpse of the woman Tomatake was in a relationship with was found in the mountains of Gifu. The Gifu Prefectural Police weren't very cooperative, so I don't know much about it, though. There were 2 victims in one night. Actually, see, just those 2. The next day, Kumagai, one of my subordinates, disappeared along with his car in the middle of his investigation. Kumagai was a younger detective that was going to be partnered with Oishi after we first met. He was going around the village to question people about the incident with Tomatake. Might have gotten caught up in something. If he was with me, he might have been safe. Now it still stings. That day, for some reason, I did a real number on my stomach. I had to pass on going around outside. Got too close to the truth and was made to disappear? What I think. Kuma-chan was young and had a promising future ahead of him. Still didn't have enough experience on the scene. Wasn't used to dealing with any complications. She lamented the fact that he wasn't with his subordinate that day. Then the next day, see, know him as well as Akasaka-san. You know Dr. Irie. Remember him? Young doctor from the hospital? I vaguely remember. The reason he committed suicide was sleeping pills. No suicide note or anything. The autopsy confirmed that it was the sleeping pills. Nothing was in doubt except for the motive. Hard to make it look like somebody died from taking sleeping pills. Any possibility it was a murder? He was single, no prior marriages. Didn't seem like he was going out with anybody in particular. He was the coach of the local junior baseball team and was on good terms with the villagers. He was liked by everybody. Couldn't find anybody who would want to do him harm. No. Any chance to investigate was ruined by the disaster, though. No way to find out anything about him now. Then, what about Rike Furude's death? It was the day of, around noon, when the old folks who were visiting the shrine. It's discovered the corpse of Rika Furude. Murder? Before we continue, you should probably stop eating that squid, Sumen. That bad? Oishi nodded firmly. The corpse was found on the shrine grounds next to the donation box, though she was probably killed somewhere else. That's because, while she was completely naked, there wasn't any dirt on the soles of her feet. Any sign it was some sort of sexual assault? According to the autopsy, there wasn't any indication of that. What we know is that she was rendered unconscious by some sort of drug, carried to that place, then had her abdomen sliced wide open. Her organs were deliberately scattered about. Conscious? Then she wasn't cut open after her death? That's horrible. Girl's prediction was right on the mark. Pretty sure she was more detailed about the other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think that she said the housewife that was beaten to death in the 4th year had her head split open. In that case, did she know that her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as prophesied, the years passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then, facing the final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all-too-young life was snuffed out. Such a cruel way. Knowing that her days were numbered, unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart ached at her helplessness. About the way she died, seems like it wasn't just somebody's sick tastes. What I'm saying is, I've told you about how Hinamizawa used to be home to demons, didn't I? Yeah, I think I remember. The festival in Hinamizawa village, Watanagashi, cotton drift, seems to stem from the drifting of entrails. Seems that it came from the man-eating demons ripping apart their victims and throwing their organs into the river. In other words, Hinamizawa pulling out entrails had some sort of religious meaning? According to the old tales in Hinamizawa, you see, act as an arbitrator so that the humans and the man-eating demons could live together peacefully. A god known as Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens. If I recall, Ifurude was said to be living incarnation that Oyashiro-sama, wasn't she? Yeah. Cutting open Rika Furude was a living god. Would be to the village nothing less than absolute sacrilege. Absolute sacrilege? In other words, you mean sacrilege towards Oyashiro-sama? Rest you should know, Saka-san. The wrath of Oyashiro-sama would occur that same night. Great Hinamizawa disaster. The official explanation was that some swamp upstream erupted with toxic volcanic gas, which enveloped the village. The swamp where it erupted was called Onigafuchi Swamp. It was the origin of Hinamizawa's old name, Onigafuchi Village. According to village lore, the depths of the swamp apparently led to hell, where the man-eating demons came from. That almost seems too perfect. No, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's another bit of folklore in the village. If Oyashiro-sama became angry, the cauldron of hell would open up. Miasma would flow out, or so they say. The villagers' hell was at the bottom of the swamp. So basically, the miasma poured out, smothering the village. Yeah. Basically, due to the sacrilegious way that Rika Furude, living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was killed, the village incurred the wrath of Oyashiro-sama in the form of that disaster. That seems to be their explanation. What you're saying is that the disaster wasn't a natural one? Well, everything does seem to fit together a little too well. Oyashiro-sama's curse doesn't really exist, and everything really was just a matter of coincidence. I would doubt it. A wry smile formed on Oishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though even if it were absurd, there was a time he had thought the same thing as well. regards to the religious beliefs of the villagers, suppose there was a more fanatical following among them. That group created a situation that would incur Oishiro-sama's wrath, and enacted the disaster to make it seem like the truth. Of course, I won't laugh. I've wandered down that line of reasoning more than once myself. However, though Hinamizawa is a small village, still has a population of over 1,000 people. Murder that many people in a single night doesn't seem realistic, no matter how you think about it. The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m. Several hours before dawn. That short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way that made it look like poison gas, didn't seem feasible at all. The swamp gas erupted from still had some religious significance in it. If that's the case, then maybe there was something set up in the swamp, something that could be activated whenever a divine verdict was rendered. According to the GASDF press release, the swamp was declared the source of the eruption. This was after everything was thoroughly looked over by their investigative team. If anything like that was set up, I think they would have found it. Initially, you have to be in the swamp itself. Haven't you ever heard about it? The old story about how, when a faraway spring dried up, the village spring dried up as well. What do you mean by that? Many waterways are connected by underground aquifers. Swamps and springs are only the parts that manage to pop up above the surface. What you're saying is that Onegafuchi Swamp is connected to another swamp or spring. There's something the villagers rigged up there long ago. Something that changes the pressure of Onegafuchi Swamp, causing it to erupt with poison gas. Is that what you're getting at? Oishi laughed heartedly, committing to the fact that the youngins had a nice, flexible way of thinking. That was the former detective in him. Even though it was a hypothesis that he didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind to not dismiss it right away. That's an interesting theory. If it proves to be true, then it would be unprecedentedly the largest mass murder in the history of Japan. Once the quarantine in Hinamizawa village is lifted, I think it should definitely be investigated. Wishi-san, do you still have any connections with the prefectural police? Somewhat. I'm an honorary advisor for their judo classes, and now I pop by during summer training camps and such. I don't know when the quarantine on Hinamizawa village will be lifted, but please let me help investigate. Got it. Oishi-san, how do you feel about the string of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa they called the curse Oishiro-sama? At the time, the villagers were putting a lot of pressure on the station. The official stance on things was that the cases were unrelated, that each case was separate, each with its own resolution. It couldn't be. No, it was blatantly obvious that the cases were connected based on the village's religious beliefs. Akasaka-san, I can only say that now because of the rather grandiose way things ended after 5 years. At the time, those coincidental incidents just happened to coincidentally occur on the day of Watanagashi. Just as it would be nice if nothing happened this year kind of feel to it. Incidents. That girl predicted everything from the beginning. Girl. Rika Furude. That child warned me about all the incidents that would happen afterwards. Akasaka-san, is that true? Yeah. Girl said as much. That the next year the dam foreman would be killed and his corpse dismembered. Not only that, he warned me of all the events that would transpire in the following years. Saka-san, when she told you all that, what year was it? When I met the girl, I was investigating the kidnapping incident, so June of 1978. Year before the dismemberment murder. Wrinkles formed between Oishi's eyebrows and he closed his eyes and began to digest what I had just told him. Saka-san, you're wrong about Rike Furude knowing the future through some divine medium. This is getting ridiculous. Yep. You're just trying to shock me. I'm going to be really angry, you know? Speaking the truth. Their script behind the chain of mysterious deaths was written a year before it even started. Just as predicted, Furude was killed. At first I thought she meant that she would be killed in a disaster. Now I know that her death wasn't due to that, but rather an atrocious one at the hands of a murderer. She said she would be killed. At that point in time, she knew more or less her own death would occur. Why didn't Rika Furude not try and run away? Even if her death was already spelled out for her. Knowing that, she still had a grace period of several years, didn't she? She had plenty of time to try and run away or consult the police. Why did she just accept her death with no resistance? No. And though Rudy was doted upon by the older villages in the village, you see, after she lost her parents, she had no living relatives, lived a fairly solitary life other than hanging around with some close friends. Might have been she didn't have any power to fight or anybody to rely on. She must have tried signaling somebody to help in regards to her own death, though. You know very well that the village and the police weren't very amicable with one another, Akasaka-san. At the very least, I never heard anything about Rike Furude seeking protection from anybody. Or it could be that she simply resigned herself to being a religious sacrifice. It could have been something like that. There's no way that was the case. Spoke decisively. Time she said it. She definitely said that she wanted to live happily. She wanted to spend her time surrounded by her dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She had hoped to keep on living. That moment, I became dumbstruck. The matter? Akasaka-san. No, it's nothing. I fell into silence. Moishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually, he stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling that he wanted a pen and paper. Moishi, noisy even though he was just thinking, left the room and immediately fell into a chilled silence. I stood up. It was then that I realized that I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. When I split open the window, a beautiful, yet somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. It was just now that I realized she hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living, happily and joyously. She had said that quite clearly to me. I was a fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She had made it clear as day that she didn't want to die. And that her cry for help? She didn't say as much that she wanted help. But even given that, it was in though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family or unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village, somebody from a faraway place, me. Help me. She had gone around and cut the phone cords. If I had made that phone call and learned of Yukie's death, I probably would have fallen into despair. If I was in that state, and if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. That's why, knowing everything, she had cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Oishi, just before now, had lamented that one of the younger officers gotten mixed up in a case, having been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. If only I was there in June of 1983, I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. While raising the only daughter Yukie had left me, okay, so his child did survive apparently, okay. They were able to guess through a C-section. Emergency C-section. Thank you for the fluid check. While raising the only daughter Yukie had left me, putting all my youth and passion into my work, honing my wits and courage wrestling with different cases. Nothing like my failings during the kidnapping incident would have occurred. I wouldn't have been slow to react in a one-on-one fight. And I'd buy that And by that point, I jumped into foreign mafia run gambling parlors, where I'd learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I'd grown so much that in 1983, I couldn't have been even compared to how I was in 1978. That's why, if I was by her side, I should have been able to save her life. No matter what conspiracy or foul plot drew near, I definitely would have protected her. Even though sounding resigned, should have still been able to ask for help. Just didn't realize it. Couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized if I was told of Yuki's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I had taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yuki's accident. And I would have been able to protect the girl to whom I owed a debt from even a predetermined death. You must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. While I learned about that, I had forgotten about Hinamizawa. Or to recover from the shock of Yuki's death, I tried to remove everything about the place from my memory. An ungrateful fool I was. Even though in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me of a way to save Yukie. I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now here we were. She hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster. She was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs tore out. She must have known beforehand that on that day and on that year, would have been killed in such a terrifying way. But even knowing what end awaited her, she was all too weak. A lone girl without anybody to rely on, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death, and left this mortal coil. She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. Didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, it was the very basest of desires. She never said a peep about wasting money, that she wished she was in somebody else's situation. She had said it. That if all deaths were preordained, that hers was probably also all according to plan. Might have been a lone, frail girl, but I don't think she would have accepted it all without at least putting up a fight. There must have been, in some small way, some form of resistance that she mustered. And with what she could muster, seeking my help was part of that. Damn it. I howled. I stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I couldn't save a single girl from the misfortune that was awaiting her? Is it because there was so much going on that at that time I couldn't process the fact she was asking for help? That's right, I was still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have definitely been able to help her. It's already all over. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Muzao, as a dangerous area, was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were already dead. The few that did remain spread around the country, unable to be traced. The stage of that tragedy was still off limits as well. The police investigation was put on hold, the case slowly being buried in the sands of time. Just like how I wouldn't have known unless Oishi had asked me about it. Akasaka-san, are you okay? At some point, Oishi had returned with a notebook in hand. Till I saw the expression on Oishi's face, I didn't realize that I was in tears. I never realized she wanted help. Saka-san, calm down. It's all too late now. She was killed in such an atrocious manner. She was counting on me, but I couldn't save her. I couldn't save her. I might also be at fault for not building up an amicable relationship with the village. If Rike Furude had told me about it, I might have been able to extend a helping hand. I wasn't able to build up enough trust for that. That's something I regret. When Oishi said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yeah, she had given me her trust. Trusted me. Meaning that she thought that I would have been able to ward off the fate of our foreseen death. She believed in that. I cried. I fell to my hands and knees as I began to bawl. Eventually, Oishi spoke quietly. Kasaka-san, does it upset you? It does. Then, only one way worth mentioning for Rika Furude to have her revenge. Is there really a way to do that? Oishi showed me the pen and notebook. Or to properly mourn the death of Rika Furude, we have to at least find out the truth. Truth? Yeah, not just Rika Furude. Lots of people died. Their lament must be immeasurable. But their deaths were left unsettled because of the disaster, and now we can't even investigate them, as their memory fades into oblivion. Many people died. The old man was killed. Uma-chan was erased. Everybody was a victim. But the police can't even investigate it. Who's going to take care of their parting regrets? Only we can. Akasaka-san, find the truth. Yeah, we'll find it. I've been around every one of the strings of mysterious deaths, know all of the inner workings of the village. You were told an important truth the year before they happened by Rika Furude. We can do it. You're already dead. That's right. Rika Furude died. Too inexperienced, so you couldn't save her. Grabbed me, who was a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels. That's why. To atone for that, we revealed the truth. What you say is true, then all the incidents were part of some greater design. That's the case, then how we investigate needs to change completely. I intend to spend tonight summarizing all the information you and I have, then get in contact with one of my former subordinates first thing in the morning. We're not going to let the case go cold. We're definitely going to crack it wide open. Crack it open? Crack it open. We will. Several years have passed, but it's not beyond the statute of limitations. Even if the case has been postponed, it's not closed. It's still going. Going to keep it going. Oishi and I vowed to bring the truth of the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least wanting to apologize, had searched for a grave. After the state autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. In the future, when the quarantine on the Hinuzawa area was lifted, it would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure who exactly took the remains of Rika Furude until today, I couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine on Himizawa is lifted, all I could do then was wait till whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize to her. Instead, till I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas in Himizawa area meant that the prospect of the quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. Most likely, it seemed that she had no intention of meeting me again until I found the truth. That's why the quarantine wouldn't be lifted, so I thought. Till the day I grasped the truth. It was the following year. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the great Hinamizawa disaster, and decided on the title, Higurashi, When They Cry. That was because for those few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound that I remembered the most was the cry of Higurashi. I could only wish... I could only wish that based on this book, those people involved with that incident could refresh their memories and bring to light a new truth. More importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote this in the afterword. Why did this tragedy happen? We can't reach the truth by ourselves. If you're reading this, please discover the truth. That is our only wish. Kurado Oishi, Amoru Akasaka. This year, the quarantine on Hinamizawa still hasn't been lifted. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. Okay, so they may... Okay, so that means we gotta do the thing. That should only take a little bit. That shouldn't. Those are always pretty short. Yeah, I'm so because this is going by the timeline where it's still there's the thank you for the um there's hmm actually all right. I need to go for. I hate to do this, but I just need to be gone for just like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'll put on the music. Kept you waiting, huh? Okay. I did the Metal Gear Solid thing. Ha ha ha. Okay. Yeah, so as so, okay. Because we're on the timeline, we're assuming of like the from the last volume slash chapter or whatever. Of where with the events with Satoko. So is in the second volume, um we know that we know that Rika was killed by Mion Chion whatever. Um but that didn't start that didn't trigger but we know that didn't trigger like the disaster or whatever. So the method must have been involved or something like that. There were other events that were going on that didn't cause that outcome. Can I appreciate how, like, I'm just starting, because so this is like, it's reminding me of like, so okay, this is really, so it's like, this whole series, so it's doing like, I haven't really, okay, now I think about it, I haven't really put it, I haven't thought about like in this way or whatever before, which, and this makes me like appreciate it more actually. So it's like, you have, so, you know, like in some new visual novels where you like it, or a lot of them, there's like, here's your choices, and here's the path to this ending, these endings, etc. and so forth. What we seem to be experiencing by doing these different volumes, at least the previous three, particularly, seems to be we're seeing the results of certain choices that are being made. We aren't making them; they're being made by the characters themselves, and we're seeing what's going on. So we're kind of having to do it sort of like to figure out what's going on. We're kind of like doing it in reverse to figure out what choice is causing what. We're not making the choices, we're trying to figure out what choices caused what. And then kind of and also trying to use those to help figure out what's going on, what must be going on, what larger events are going on, why these some sort of choices are affecting that. So this is so F in chat for the photographer guy who dies horribly every time, no matter what happens. Just anyway. So okay, let's do this wrap up thing. These always make for nice palate cleansers after all. After all, it's depressing. Because I was seriously like, I was getting like a bit. I was getting close to getting kind of like choked up with like the I was halfway getting to start getting choked up or whatever, which is an accomplishment for me. But I guess I don't want to say necessarily tolerance or whatever. It normally takes a lot for me to get really choked up or something like that sometimes, or most of the times. Yes, to cause the major emotional damage. The stuff about like, wait, Rika was calling for help the whole time. Oh, damn, you came. Oh, 6D. Roll 6d20s of psychic damage. Ah. Okay. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Himatsubushi. My oh my, no matter what anybody else says, I was the star of this scenario this time. Other than that, they added some nice jazzy theme music. You can't laugh here. Where can you laugh? Anyways, hasn't been there too much of you lately, Yoichi? Huh? What do you mean by that? Because, she meant that literally. It's rather impudent of you to try and hog the spotlight here, even though you already had all that screen time. Besides, Rika-chan was the main heroine. Everybody else didn't really have any appearances, did they? I heard that this time the scenario was a bit of a side story, but I didn't think that would leave out the main cast this much. Didn't have it so bad, Mion-san. At least you had a few appearances, did you not? Both Reina-san and I didn't even have a cameo. Reina still shows up on the covers a lot, but she's still okay. Exactly what are you trying to say then? That I was the only outcast with no appearances? Is that it? Nipa. That's that. They only treated me horribly. Wah. How sad. How sad. They'll probably just keep treating you worse and worse until you finally drop down to a supporting role. Oh, damn. Oh. Oh my. Wah. That's just too much. That's not true. There's lots of people who like Satoko-chan. They won't treat you that horribly, okay? I don't like being treated like this. Wah. I think you'll probably have a lot of appearances next time. Next time. Now cheer up, okay? But I heard that this scenario was supposed to be somewhat of a bonus story. But is it really? I think that thing kinda got complicated. The story was difficult for me to understand. Yeah, what I found the hardest to believe was that the year before the string of mysterious deaths, Rika-chan already knew about them. Which means all the incidents were part of someone's scenario. That's a pretty important piece of information. Probably because I'm a shrine maiden. I know the future from Oyashiro-sama's divine revelations. For somebody like me who believes in the theory that it was the work of human culprits, I'd like to deny that. I believe in the curse, so that Rika-chan, who is the living incarnation of the deity that protects Himatsubushi, Oyashiro-sama, would have that divine power as a possibility, I think. Nope. Someone who thinks it was the work of man, that kind of unfounded fantasy will not stand. All the incidents were caused by people. No curse or magic or aimbots or cheat codes. It would be wonderful if I could use magic, though. Haha, if it's Rika-chan, I could go along with that. Oh. Well, for the people who believe it was the work of humans, the ending was a big revelation. From the first incident until Rika-chan was killed in the Great Disaster, everything was scripted. Knowing that it's all one big incident vastly increases the amount of material you can hypothesize with. I think that the prophecy is proof in itself that Rika-chan has some divine power. In other words, it proves that there's some mysterious power at work in Hinamizawa. I think it's proof that the incidents weren't the work of humans alone. The inside of my head is so muddled I don't know what's going on. Well, that's right. More importantly, that expression that Rika-chan was wearing this time. That was super scary, wasn't it? Meep. Yeah, I was surprised too. I never thought that cute little Rika-chan would laugh like that. Hey, just for a little bit. you show us that face one more time? I don't want to. I don't want her to do that outside of the story. Oh. What? What is this? A blackout? Nobody move. Any weird movements, and you'll come face to face with a combo trap that takes you from a pendulum to a landmine to an electric chair with a buzzsaw. Satoko, what's the meaning of this? Ho ho ho! We'll now be starting the after party for everybody who didn't have an appearance this time. Ho ho ho! Hehehe. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. Hello again, everybody. I didn't think I'd have an appearance here of all places. I'm delighted, though. Shoko-chan, thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Ah? Oh my, didn't I warn you not to move? Ryuga-san, are you okay? Hojo-san, you didn't have to go this far. Oh, the grudge of somebody not making an appearance is a terrible thing. Satoko had lots of appearances in the main scenario. Grudge of somebody not making an appearance. Damn it! When was she able to set this many traps? Maybe that when this place was selected as the venue for the after party. At the point, my traps were already set. Oh, I know. There's somebody behind you pulling the strings. There is, isn't there? Come out. Hello, my sister. How are you doing? Oh, it's Shion-chan. Hello. Gah. I feel sorry for her falling for the same trap twice. I thought it was you, Shion. Even though you're penciled in to be the main character in the next scenario, this is an outrage. Now you've gone and done it. Even if it's only the bonus scene before the answer arcs, I can't let my sister have all the appearances. I'm not that generous, you know. Well, in any case, I just let Satoko start a little something. Shion, what is it that you want? Let's just say I'm securing myself a little safety buffer. The other day, for some reason, we're steadily getting more votes in the popularity poll. Yup. In the first half of the Watanagashi chapter, there are a lot of people getting infatuated with Mi-chan. When your malicious side made its appearance, all the players finally started noticing my charm. Satoko also earned a good reputation during the Tatarigoroshi arc. Reina and Rika-chan have a strong baseline of support. Your property has long since faded away. That's why I thought I'd take the time now to crush you and Satoko, who've been getting too many votes for my comfort. So I came up with this elaborate plan. Huh? Shion-san, what did you say just now? Going to crush me as well? You're a little slow to notice, aren't you, Shorty? Here you go. What? Goodbye, all you regulars. Hello to all the you irregular folk. All the main characters are done for. Shion-chan, you don't have to go that far, probably. Now, Zero-san. It's interesting, so let's just let it be. Let it be. There will be an answer. Let it be. I hope someone got the joke. Anyway, because I'm moving on. The number of appearances for both of us is going to go up now, you know. Zero-san. Do you not like being by my side? That's not true. Chie-sensei, did Chichan pay you off too? I'm sorry, Ryuga-san. Shion said she would make me a new segment called Teach Me Chie-sensei, starting from the next ceremony. I just... Well then, who should I dispose of next in a most embarrassing manner? Maybe Satoko, since she helped me set this all up. I won't allow that. Yeah. Ouch. He seems somehow reliable for once. Kyosuke Ire shall not allow any aggression against Satoko-chan. I may also just be a supporting character, but don't think you can persuade me so easily. Oh? And you're saying you want to withdraw from being the lead in lab performance, Satoko's maid training dress-up chapter that we plan on filming after this? Shion-sama, I, Kyosuke Ira, shall follow you to the depths of hell. That was fast. Well then, I'm holding all the cards. Even in this after-party scene too. I'll have everything proceed as I see fit. Huh? We're missing somebody. Shion-sama. Rena-san isn't here. She escaped at some point. There she is. Ryuga-san, didn't I just tell you you shouldn't move? Rena-chan, I won't do anything to hurt you, but it's easier if you just don't resist. Sorry, but all this is really bizarre. What you're trying to do? The light switches? I see you're planning to do something when the room's pitch black, aren't you? Hehe. Resistance is futile. Reina-san, you should stop your pointless resistance and come along peacefully. You make me angry enough, not only will you suffer, but so will my dear sister as well. You can't do anything just by turning off the lights. Reina, I'm sorry, but do what they say. It's all right, don't worry. By turning off the lights, we can reverse this situation. Reverse the situation? Exactly what are you scheming? Reina-san, you're pretty good at making me laugh. Why don't you go ahead and try? Show me how you're going to turn this around. You're spoiled, Chi-chan. Even if you didn't have any appearances in the main scenario, had so much screen time during this after party, you're spoiled. When exactly are you saying I was spoiled? Don't understand, Chi-chan. Even if it's just the after party, you still have an appearance. You also appeared a lot in the previous scenarios. There's somebody who resents you from the depths of hell who can't forgive you. Listen, can't you hear it, Chi-chan? That's right. Understand now. Ah, get it? Hey-chan. My uwus and RRs have basically become pretty much indistinguishable at this point. Thank you for the fluid check. I get it. Kei-chan, that's right. He never has any appearances during the after parties. There's no way Kei-chan would allow somebody to monopolize the after parties. To monopolize the after parties all to themselves without him. I see. So. Aw, thank you so much for treating Dark Eating. I see. So why is Kei-chan going to appear here when he doesn't even have any character art? It couldn't possibly be just they insert new character art just for this. That's just your self-centered way of thinking, Chi-chan. Yeah. No. The lights are turned off. Chie-sensei, hold Reina-chan back. Huh? Huh? It's too late. Save me, Keiichi-kun! Kukukuku. That voice is Kei-chan. Reina, you have my thanks. When even the moon abandons the land and it shrouds it in true darkness. The demon lord of the darkest black, Keiichi Mabar, shall appear. I see. If it's like this, it can appear even if he doesn't have any character art. There's no character or background art, so it's really easy on the production staff. Just gonna come out right and say that, okay? Shion, you act like you're the main character in a tragedy, but from my point of view, it's more like a comedy. It seems like you've gotten a little carried away. Every after party. Without any character art, without any sort of appreciation. Witness my anger, my grudge, and all my sorrow. I shall instill it all upon you. It almost seems like Keiichi-kun is doing some sort of bad guy transformation sequence. This isn't some sort of transformation, I'll have you know I've always been a demon lord. And as of right now, this world which is enveloped within true darkness shall dance upon the palm of my hand. Within this world of darkness, there are none who can oppose me. Keiichi's kind of scary. Oh, scary. The age of the frightening Higurashi has come to an end. Here now begins the dawn of a perverted and cutesy Higurashi. What did you say? My Bar-sama. Bring me with you. You know it, coach. Then, as a first step, I'll show to our Dr. Dr. Cub coached by power. I hate you game so much right now. Why did you make me say that? Yeah, what is this? Takano-san is in a mini-skirt nurse outfit. It's not some you can find in a unsay-so material. He knows what he's doing. It's a proper pure and innocent white. Even though she's a nurse, she doesn't appear in the outfit once during the main scenario. You've got to be kidding me. Well then, on to the next target. Reina? This hasn't changed the situation at all. It's just turned into a different type of crisis. Oh, can't do anything in this darkness. Now then, who should I make wear watch next? Maybe in high school form, gym clothes, school swimsuit, triple combo. My Bar-sama, you're the best. How about a bunny girl or a camp girl costume? No. Lingerie could be good too. No, wait. How about just about making everybody naked? But of course, leave the socks on. Well, that's a good idea. You know your stuff. Which, I feel like we're finally seeing eye to eye here. Wait, my Bar-san. No, okay. Call me E from now on. Call me Dr. E. Okay, E. Can't forget about us. Tommy and Karudo are already on your side, Kay. Tommy. Karudo. We're all finally here. The Elite Four have arrived. I'm gonna boop you back, Shitty. How dare you boop me? I boop you back. I don't have a boop. Crap. Take that. Finally, with Kei at their head, the evil Elite Four made their grand entrance. The complete darkness, the demon lord of the darkest black, Keiichi Maibara, was finally able to reach the surface world. His magical power was without equal. In this darkness, nobody could stand against him. All must bow. Will the heroines be unable to escape this darkness and be forced to submit to the will of the demon lord? Forced to wear embarrassing outfit after embarrassing outfit, being used as life-size dress-up dolls for all eternity. It's great, more! By the way, the school swimsuits are the classic type, right? I won't forgive you if they're the competitive swimming style. Damn it. Shion thinks you would end up like this, so do something about it. It's alright, sis. Kei-chan isn't the only one who can unleash their true power amid the darkness. Huh? You have such a convenient ally? Rather impertinent, Shion Sonozaki. Also, if you're expecting help from the principal, that's too bad. It is the ultimate desire of young men. If you call yourself a man, do your best. It's written on this nice little authorization slip here. Of course, you won't be able to rely on the newcomer, Akasaka-san, either. He's been on a private couple's hot springs vacation with his wife's family set up for them since yesterday. In other words, all the bases are covered. You're so naive, Kei-chan. Even characters who have art are able to reveal their true form in the darkness. Chie-sensei? It's how it is, Maibara. It's so dark. I can't tell. It seems like Chie-sensei's outfit is different. All those swords in her hands. Can it be the black? Any more than that is a secret. Ipa. Maibara-kun? That was just a little too much mischief on your part. The church can't overlook any more than this. What? Wait a minute. This here. There's no way, right? That's cheating. It's against the rules. Hey, she can't do this, right? Wait, you can't use that big one. Huh? Her arc drive has started up invincibility? The seventh... I don't know what just happened. Did it become a mech anime in the dark there at that final moment or something? It was at the church. Wait, did she become a nun? Whatever. I don't know. Hello again. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Himatsubushi. I think you already know this, but Higurashi When They Cry is a type of visual novel without any choices. Therefore, compared to adventure-type visual novels, branching routes to take, it's much closer to the experience of a book or a movie. Because of that, there is the opinion out there that this should not be called a game per se. Just watching it like a book or movie, Higurashi When They Cry isn't really a game, true. That's why, as you know, there are a lot of mysteries referenced during the course of the experience. You challenge those, this work will become a proper game. All the players have the privilege of scrutinizing this mystery-packed story from all sorts of angles. For example, forming a theory about the mysteries during the course of the story, sharing them with your friends, and receiving their theories in return could be fun. In any case, the next chapter starts the answer arcs. We're tentatively calling it Miyakashi. But answers are a sad thing. Based on what is revealed, all the possibilities that you were allowed to imagine until now will suddenly become refined down to a few. Based on that logic, we think that right here, before the answer arcs, probably where people can enjoy this work we call Higurashi When They Cry the most. If by chance while you are reading this, you already have the Miyakashi chapter at hand, please enjoy hypothesizing, theorizing, and fantasizing to the fullest before you start. That's where the real charm of the series takes place.
Got him.
Huh? Sorry for saying something so impudent. There's nothing better we'd like than for you to enjoy Higurashi When They Cry. Well then, have a long and pleasant night. We're waiting for you all in Hinamizawa. You come and play with Reina. I'd love to go treasure hunting together. Oh. Yay! But with that, we completed all the things. Okie dokie. So, that took all of the time and actually longer than I thought it would. So, whatever. Almost 5 hours? Oh, and I was worried and I was thinking, you know, oh, this game, I only have an hour and a half left. I was wrong. So very, very wrong. Okay. Now, so let's see. So let's see. Uh, autonomy. Going into uh. Okay. Oh, thank you for the food check. Ah, thank you very much. So I know there's one game for sure that I'll be doing. There's another I'm considering. That adds since we have to do since we finished Anno. Can I? Can I? Can I put my balls in your jaw? Oh. Can I? You will. Why did I make that even more cursed? Anyway, so tomorrow, well, technically today, give by the time, since it's. But anyway, 8 p.m. Central Time, playing something. There's 2 games. I know one game will be playing for. Okay, so because starting on 17th, we for sure are going to be starting Like a Dragon Ishin. Wait. Actually, thank you YouTube for sticking by.